All right.
We going?
We are live. Hello,
We're back.
everyone. Yes, we are so back.
It's
Um,
been how long? A few months.
few months. Yeah. So,
But we're
but you've
back from
played.
Monkey's
So
Quest.
yeah. So you've played. You've played your first time through the game with us, and then you played through it again on your own, which I'm sure that gave you the environment to really explore and understand things on a much deeper level. And so this will be your third time through?
It will, yeah. I
Um,
did think about squeezing another one in, just kind of like a quick playthrough, but I didn't get around to it. So yeah, this is the third time for
I
me.
think that's probably enough. Are you gonna say something else?
No, that's
Okay.
about it really.
Um, the other, well, I guess this is something to be worked out down the line. Um, do you really wanna? Do you really care about getting the top score again, or do you want to see some other things that other things you could skip that result in other things going on?
Do you mean today, like doing things,
Well,
or
most most things would be later in the game, but just kind of your overall attitude
um?
about it.
Yeah, I don't mind really. I was kind of thinking that you would probably take the lead a bit because obviously you know the game a lot better than I do. Um,
Yeah, but I tend to
I,
be
I
in
wasn't
this.
sure how this was going to go, to be honest.
Yeah, I tend to be in the bad habit of just always getting the top score every time. And then I realize I know how to do the other things, but I don't do them as often as I
But we could
probably
do that
should.
then, if you like.
So yeah. Um. Well, let's
I mean,
go
you'd
for
have
it.
to point those things out to me because I wouldn't know. But
Okay. Well, no pressure. Nobody's here watching us, so they're gonna miss the intro. Let's just do that
oh
though.
well.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
If it's just you and me hanging out. I mean, I never announced it or anything. I mean, I guess I did like a long time ago, but I tend not to like post on Discord.
Okay, well, if they miss it, that's on them.
Yeah.
All right then.
Are you sure you want to clear your game and restart?
Ready?
Long ago, in the castle of a kingdom called Daventry.
Alexander, here you are. Oh, you're still not thinking about Cosima, are you?
I suppose I am.
Son, it's been months. You've got to pull yourself together. After all, you only met her that once.
I know.
Have you discovered anything about the land of the Green Isles?
No. No one's even heard of it. It's like she's just vanished.
I wish I could help. Please try to think about something else, dear.
I'll try, Mother.
Alexander, Alexander, I feel so alone. I don't know what to do. Alexander, I wish you were here. Alexander, Alexander, Alexander.
Cosima! Wait! Mother! Mother, come quick!
Alexander, what on earth? You're white as a ghost.
Mother, I saw Cosima. She was in the mirror.
In the mirror. The magic mirror?
Yes! And it showed me how to find her.
How?
The stars! I saw the stars outside her window. I can navigate by the stars.
Oh, Alexander, if you really go...
It will be all right, Mother. I promise.
Prince Alexander sailed the known seas and beyond.
Land ho! Land ho! Land ho!
As the ship nears the shore, day turns to night and the sea turns violent. Alexander awakens to find himself on an unfamiliar beach. For a moment, he is too dazed to remember how he got here. Then, he does remember. The shipwreck, the sea. Just as he had seen his men safely into the lifeboats, a gigantic wave picked him up and tossed him overboard into the churning sea. That was the last he'd seen of his crew. Debris from the shipwreck is scattered along the shore, but of the lifeboats and his men, there is thankfully no trace. He can only hope and pray that the lifeboats survived the currents, and that his men made their way safely back to Daventry.
Okay, here off we go.
Here we go.
Yep. So one thing off the bat that doesn't really have huge consequences, but it is something in this opening part. Did you ever get around to seeing the video of all the deaths and all that?
No.
No. Okay, so you didn't.
Sorry. Not
That's
yet.
fine.
I
I'm not.
will.
It's not like an assignment, but if you did, you would have. You know, there's something there that I explained. So if you had seen it, I don't want to like talk down to you and explain it all over again. That's all. That's the only reason I asked.
Okay.
So the one thing that you can do that has consequences later in the game, and we're talking about this, by the way, chat. Greetings, people finally coming in. She's played this
Hello, everybody.
twice before. Once here on stream and once offline. So there's still a lot in this game, of course, that she hasn't seen. So we're talking more openly about all the different things we can do, we can see. But anyway, at the beginning here, you can go to the castle. And, you know, you meet the Wazir and all that. That actually, you get some points for that. But if you don't do that, then some of the dialogue in certain spots changes. So
Okay. Sorry, mouse had gone to sleep.
that's one thing that can be different. Another thing is who you talk to first here. So like when you first arrive here, you're shipwrecked, you don't even know what place this is. So the first order of business is you got to just ask someone, what land is this? And there are 3 different people that you can ask. You can ask either the guard dogs, or you can ask the pawn shop owner, or you can also ask the bookshop owner. And whichever one you get, that's the one you get. So another idea is just don't ask the
Okay.
guards, because you did that last time. So there you go. Just a couple ways to just mix it up. Anyway, I'm just talking too much. You should play and lead otherwise. So go ahead.
So I just carry on as normal, just pick this stuff up that I need to. You want to hear all the descriptions and things again?
Not
I know you
all-
like the
not-
description of
not,
the
not
scene.
all of them. Not all of them. You know,
The
maybe
sky
one or
is
two. Oh, that's perfect.
The sky is sunny and clear. A few white clouds accent the bright blue.
All right, our adventure's off to a great start.
So everybody's turning up now.
Yep, they're here, and you see,
No
we're learning.
pressure. Okay.
Alexander is standing on a beach littered with debris from his shipwreck. A path leads north into the lush green island. An occasional breeze rustles the nearby foliage.
So do you want me to click on everything, or is this more of streamlined
It's-
than before?
It's neither. It's whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do.
Alexander's royal insignia ring lies abandoned on the sand. It must have slipped from his finger during the shipwreck. Fortunately, it was not lost in the sea. Alexander picks up his royal insignia ring from the beach.
Maybe this time you could do like dumb descriptions, like talking to things instead of looking at them, or I don't know.
Yeah, I did try to do a bit more of that when I was playing it on my own.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just when I remembered to.
The rocks are silent, as they have been for ages untold. No one remains aboard the broken vessel.
I mean, I don't even remember what we did before.
The currents continue to murmur, but they do not reply to Alexander.
That always drove me crazy as a kid, that the game does not acknowledge that mast in the water there, whatever that's, or that. It looks like a tiny
This-
crow's nest. I don't know,
It
whatever
does
that
look
is.
like that, yeah.
But yeah,
The wheel is well traveled, but it says nothing of its voyages.
It's like the wheel.
wheel.
The wheel.
Is well traveled, but it says
Of
nothing
which
of its
Alexander
voyages.
is
Wheel.
looking at.
The plank seems bored and does not reply. A long plank lies on the beach. No doubt it once belonged to Alexander's ship.
See, we're enjoying watching you play. They're learning things already.
Alexander pushes the plank to one side. A box has been partially buried under sand. The sand is warm to the touch.
I hate when that happens.
Money may indeed talk, but the treasure box can't.
Let's turn the speed up a little bit here.
Yeah.
Alexander's treasure box lies partially...
Okay, we just heard that, didn't we?
The box must have opened in the sea, spilling its treasure. Everything has been washed away, except for one coin of Daventry. There's a copper coin in the treasure box. The coin bears the seal of Daventry and King Graham's noble face.
It's very convenient that this is the only thing
Alexander
left.
takes the coin and leaves the ruined box where it is.
Of course you can die on the first screen. Outrun.
Yeah, I could wander into the sea.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think... there's-
Alexander sees nothing of interest there. Alexander has no need to carry around large rocks. Alexander feels his pockets carefully to make sure he hasn't lost anything.
Oops. What happened there?
Alexander is carrying a copper coin of Daventry. King Graham graces the front of the coin. Alexander's ring is made of the purest gold and has the insignia of the royal family of Daventry on its face. Alexander rubs his fingers over the indentation of King Graham's face on the copper coin and thinks fondly of home. Alexander is already wearing his ring.
We never did all the deaths. We can do whatever Lauren does. I don't know.
How many deaths are there?
It's a tricky question because there are so many ways of getting caught in the castle. So, like, how exactly do you score that? It's hard to come up with a specific number. You have to, like, whether you want to group certain ones together or you want to split them all up.
The path splits here, forming a crossroads. One branch heads northeast towards a distant castle, and one leads northwest into a small village.
I can't remember who I spoke to first.
It was probably the
time-
guards. I recommend, of the three, the best one is the pawn shop owner.
All right, then let's go there. This old git.
Yep.
Alexander is standing on a sunny village street. There are open shops to his right, a hard-packed path beneath his feet, and palm trees waving over his head. To the north, a key-shaped arch leads to another part of the village. An old beggar is peddling his wares in the village. He offers a variety of lamps, all neatly lined up on a long pole. The sign says pawn shop. A wooden door leads to the pawn shop interior. Old lamps for new. Old lamps for new. The pawn shop window has the words curios and antiques painted on it. What an interesting looking shop. There's a battered wicker chest in front of a shop. A tall earthenware vase is one of the pottery pieces on display outside the shops. Odd gourd-shaped jugs rest sheltered by the shade. They perhaps hold wine or water to be kept cool. Alexander... Old lamps for new! Old lamps for new! A wooden door leads to the bookshop interior. The dusty window of the bookshop looks out over the street in a welcoming way. The village buildings are made of rough sandstone stucco. This one has a shop on the street level and a private dwelling up above. Steps lead up to the shop door.
That's fine.
Everyone can stand next to him.
Yeah,
so he
well, there's
shuts
the
up.
trick. Yeah, that trick. Yeah, it's a good trick.
A pair of red pants has been hung out to dry in the warm glow of the sun.
My favorite.
Your favorite.
They should somebody should there is like an editor for the resources. I've probably said this before, but yeah, you could just hack that color onto Alexander's trousers and all the animations.
The village continues to the north through a key-shaped arch.
What does he say?
Good day, peddler.
Good day, sir. If you would like to get one of my fine new lamps, I'll need an old lamp in trade.
Isn't it a rather bad business? Taking old lamps and giving new lamps in exchange?
Well, there's always a chance that I'll find a genie. If I had a genie, I'd be richer than a king. Besides, there's always a roaring business in antique luminaries.
Alexander promises himself that he will not go home until he has determined what Casima's feelings are for him, and if she needs his help.
Hello? Is anyone here?
No one answers Alexander's shouted greeting. Perhaps he should find someone specific to talk to.
That is low-key one of my favorite lines.
Is
just,
it?
just randomly talk to this like the ground. Hello, is anyone here?
Hello? Is anyone here?
No one answers Alex.
I just imagine if that was real life and how stupid he'd look.
Yeah.
All right.
They
so
had
you say pawn
asylums
shop
back in the
first.
day. Yeah.
It's true. All right. Let's...
Good day. The pawn shop is a dimly lit place with a slightly musty smell. Curiosities litter every corner and every shelf. For sale are articles that range from the bizarre to the commonplace, from the priceless to the practical.
So we've looked at all this before, haven't we? It's
Yeah, I don't know exactly, you know, but did you look at the...
well, when I played on my own, I clicked every single thing.
Did you see get the hatchet?
Oh,
Right there where the
Hatchet?
cursor is. Oh,
here.
yeah.
A small rusty hatchet seems permanently embedded in a log of wood. Alexander's mind races over the possibilities. Perhaps the bound duo is the local woodcutter's equivalent of the sword and the stone. Perhaps someday, somehow, someone will free that hatchet and become king of the forest. Then again, it could be just a rusty hatchet stuck in a log.
Yeah, had you done that one?
I can't remember. Maybe.
Maybe.
There's a lot of dialogue in this game.
Yeah, there is. I'm very grateful to Bill Ratner for speaking it all.
The pawn shop owner is a mysterious fellow. His face is old and inscrutable, and there's a glint of sheer iron in his gaze. Still, Alexander senses this is someone he can trust. The pawn shop's counter is made of a sturdy teak. The wood is well worn by eager hands and well oiled by the shop's faithful keeper.
Good day, merchant. Can you tell me what land this is?
By the moon's light, what a question! You must have been out too long in the sun, or perhaps knocked your head upon a rock.
No. Well, perhaps. I was in a shipwreck, you see. My crew and I were trying to reach the land of the Green Isles. I think, well, at least I hope, my men got away safely in the lifeboats. But I myself appear to be rather stuck here.
Ah, I see. You must pardon my incredulity, but it has been so long since we have had a foreign visitor. You wrecked your ship, young traveler, due to the currents and reefs around the islands. If your crew was wise enough to steer clear of the isles and head home, they should be fine. In any case, you have met your objective, however bumpy the journey.
You mean, this is the land of the Green Isles? Oh, thank the heavens! I had followed the stars, you see, and I thought I was close, but...
The stars? You must be quite a sailor. But what is the purpose of your visit?
I come for... Well, I mean, I hope to see... I met some time ago.
Say no more. You are smitten with a maiden, are you not? What other than love could so confuse a man's tongue?
I'm afraid so. It is Princess Cassima.
By the desert sands, when you fall in love, you do not mess around, do you?
Is she here?
This is the Isle of the Crown, young man. The castle of the Crown stands on the hill. If it is Cassima you seek, that is where to look.
The Castle of the Crown. Thank you, merchant.
And good luck to you, lad. You shall need it.
That whole conversation is very easily skippable.
Just by not coming to see him first.
Correct. That whole thing is
Yeah, I
skipped
don't
if you-
think I heard that before. I've got a feeling
Yeah.
that, yeah, I may have seen the guards, and then when I was playing it by myself a month ago, I think I might have gone to the bookshop owner first.
Really? Well, then
Possibly,
you would-
yeah.
Possibly, then you would have the.
I can't
trifecta
remember. I
then.
don't remember hearing, unless I've been to the guards twice.
It'd be probably
I
one or
don't-
the other. It's
Yeah.
the most tempting
I
thing.
can't remember this conversation before.
Good day, merchant. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I can tell you she is in a dark time. Without the ferry, communication between the islands has ground to a halt, and so nearly has my business. Why the long ages of peace have ended, and why the crown has not done something about it is beyond me. But then, I am a shopkeeper, not a politician, and can only hope for better days.
How bide you, good merchant?
Quite well, though a purchase would not hurt me any.
The counter does not counter. The world-famous talking bear has been sulking ever since his abduction from a small mountain community in California. He refuses to discuss real estate.
Is that a reference to something?
The small mountain community. So there's a reference to the world famous talking bear in the first Police Quest game and how it mysteriously disappeared somewhere, and I think it takes place there.
Okay.
The Man of Steel is stumped for an answer. Rat-a-tat-tat. The crystal ball remains perfectly clear and says nothing. The dusty shop remains peacefully quiet. He's speechless. The dusty shop remains peacefully quiet.
So
The
it's-
dusty shop.
So it's the same for
Yeah, not everything
The
has.
pawn
All of those
shop
things.
counter is made of a sturdy teak.
I'm pretty
The
sure it's
wood-
possible to look at the counter and
The pawn
Uh-huh.
shop's the pawn shop's
yeah, just keep doing that until I
the
think
pawn
there's-
shop.
maybe hand.
Alexander takes
No, there
a
it is.
closer look at
I don't
the items
understand
on
why
the
it's so
counter.
finicky there.
The pawn shop's
Okay.
I see you have noticed my mechanical nightingale. She is made of plain tin, but she sings the sweetest song you can imagine, barely distinguishable from the real thing. The flute is only made of plain wood, but its notes are fine and true. Ah, yes, the painter's brush. It was well used by one of the island's best painters. There's a lot of creativity in that brush, and its bristles are still in good condition. Have you an interest in tinder boxes? This one is only slightly battered. It holds a good supply of flint, a sturdy striking pad, and even a candle in case you find yourself with naught else to hold the flame.
So Flaming Bee has posted a link to a picture of the talking bear.
Okay, I can't look at any links at the moment.
Yeah.
No, Outward, I think you're thinking of Space Quest. So... Oh, he's got the mints, hasn't he?
An elegant little glass dish decorates the countertop.
Mm.
The dish is full of green mints offered for the enjoyment of the customer.
You can give the mint. Actually, that's something else we can do. We can pass the mint around to the genie. Remember, the genie likes the mint.
Yeah.
So wherever you see the genie, hand him a mint.
Alexander takes a mint.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
do
I gave
that.
it to him when I went to the Isle of the Sacred Mountain
Nice.
for the first time, and I gave it to him when he was dressed up as the old lady, witch person.
Yeah. Let's do that again. I want to
Yeah,
see
I
it.
did that on my own.
Very nice.
Because I just happened to have it on me. I was like, I wonder if this would work here, or if it's just
Yeah.
they hadn't thought of that, but yeah, they had. So I know that I need to trade the ring, don't I? But I want to go
Yeah,
talk to the bookshop
if you,
owner.
if you can offer it to him now, and he just gives it back. So that's another thing you can do.
Oh, does he? Could I offer him his own mint?
I took a mint.
Help yourself. That is what they're there for.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell me, merchant, what the value of this ring might be?
By the sands of the sea, what a beauty! What fine gold and masterful artistry! This ring is quite valuable, sir. I would not feel right taking it in trade. None of the items on display in my humble store are even close to the value of this ring.
Truly? Well, it would be hard to part with it anyway, I suppose.
I would just buy the store.
Would you want all this junk?
I'd probably find the map at least.
Right. Let's go in here.
Hello. I will be right up. Now, what can I do for you?
Alexander is standing in a cozy little shop. Books of every size and shape line the walls. A crackling fire in the fireplace completes the tranquil scene. A collection of children's books fill those shelves. There's a small table near the door that bears a sign. The sign has undergone a number of changes. It once read 10 pence, but that was crossed out and replaced with 5 pence, then 1 pence, then free. The sign currently reads, "Take one, please." Only one book remains on the table. It looks like the bookshop owner really wants to get rid of that book. An old man occasionally steals sidelong glances at Alexander from under a concealing hood. A small fire burns in the fireplace despite the warmth of the day outside. Perhaps the bookshop owner simply finds it comforting. Assorted travelogues and biographies are arranged on these shelves. These shelves hold a selection of cookbooks. There's a book entitled The Changing Role of Court Entertainers Through the Ages on the small table in the reading area. It appears that some regular customer likes that book. Volumes of poetry are on display on this bookshelf.
So I know that there's the love poem book over there, but that's...
The bookshop owner is a thin, middle-aged man. His
Talk
intelligent
to him
eyes
first.
are slightly blurry from long nights spent reading by candlelight.
So you're saying I could give the mint to him now?
You can.
Okay, well, let me...
Would you care for some mint?
No, thank you. I do not care for mint.
And that's how you know he's not the genie. Nobody likes the mint except for the genie.
Is that a thing, or is it something that's been made up for this game?
Oh, like if you read about it in the guidebook, it says that genies have some kind of weakness, so this genie's weakness is a mint.
Okay.
So it's not even in the King's Quest universe is it generally about mints. Just in the King's Quest universe, they made up that genies have a weakness for something. I think the one that in the legend they talk about in the book is like mistletoe or something. I don't remember.
Okay.
Would you care for a mint, stranger?
Give it to me. Yum!
Odd. The old man sways momentarily but seems to quickly recover. That must be some strong mint.
I love the line reading. Yum!
Good day, sir. I'm a stranger in this land. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
That is quite a question, young man. Who are you, and what would you have me tell you?
My name is Alexander. I know I'm on the Isle of the Crown, but I'd like to know whatever you can tell me about this island, and if there are other islands nearby.
You are indeed a stranger. Anxious is the man who knows not the customs of the land beneath his feet. This island is called the Isle of the Crown, because the royal family's castle is here. Besides the castle, we also have this village, and the docks over to the west. There are at least 3 other islands. The Isle of the Sacred Mountain, the Isle of the Beast, and the Isle of Wonder.
At least 3? Does no one know for certain?
This is no ordinary land, Alexander. The land of the Green Isles has always been a place of vague boundaries, as if islands come and go. Legend speaks of a 4th island, an isle shrouded in mists. I myself have never seen it. Then, too, the land of the Green Isles is said to exist on the boundaries of this world and the next. Even darker places are reputed to be closer here than anywhere else in the world.
That's quite a claim.
Claim, yes, but probably just local superstition. We who live here on the Isle of the Crown, at least, sleep well enough at night.
Those first 3 islands you mentioned, how might I learn more about them?
Ideally, a young man seeking such knowledge would travel to their shores and learn about them firsthand. Meeting the leaders of each place would be helpful, naturally. Unfortunately, the ferry no longer runs between the islands. There has been much political unrest, and it has been too dangerous to travel for years. Perhaps the ferryman can tell you more. He has little enough to do these days, and if you haven't been there already, you might seek an audience at the castle.
Thank you kindly, merchant, for all your good advice.
Ah, but advice is free, Alexander. Making use of it costs much more.
How fare you, merchant?
I have been reading too much love poetry lately. It is rather depressing to an old bachelor like me.
So I can't talk to him, can I?
Good day, sir.
The mysterious old man just ignores Alexander. For some inexplicable reason, Alexander feels compelled to avoid this hooded old man.
How much for that book on the counter, merchant?
It is a fine book, is it not? I obtained it from the estate of the one and only magician this kingdom has ever had. Poofed himself into an aardvark in the end, or so I heard. I never found the spells all that useful myself, but then I lead a boring life. I tell you what, if you can find another rare book, something a bit more marketable, I might be willing to exchange the spelled book for it.
I just realized I probably should have stopped you from doing that so we could see the what happens when you haven't unlocked that. Because when you do that, that's what allows you to talk to the bookworm.
Oh, sorry.
But
I haven't saved it either.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking at all. I mean, we've made so much progress. But
Should I slow down a bit? I feel like we've just been listening to a lot of dialogue.
yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I mean, we probably
Start over.
I'm sure we have like, what's our score? Like 6? 7. Oh my
7.
gosh.
Terrible.
Oh my goodness. I don't know.
Well, I did wonder how long you thought this might take us.
Um,
I can't remember how many streams it was the first time around. About 5, was it?
yeah, it's 4 or 5. I don't know.
So you're saying that I maybe shouldn't pick up the book or the poem?
Those don't change any outcomes. Yeah, let's restart it. Why not? You can get here in about 2 minutes, literally. You can just right click through it.
So if you don't click on this,
Then you cannot start the thread with the
bookworm.
bookworm. Also,
That's what I did on my second playthrough. I completely just didn't see this, and I was
Oh.
like, "Why won't he talk to me?"
Oh, okay. The other thing was, did we see the ferryman without talking to the bookshop owner? That was the other thing.
I doubt it because
It's
it
kind of
just feels
natural.
sort of natural to speak to them before you
Yeah.
go there. Yeah.
But okay.
Um,
Well, I mean,
should we start over? I don't know. Would people
It's-
mind or?
it would take under 2 minutes. It would take no time at all if we don't have to repeat the descriptions that we did.
Yeah, we could just collect the stuff and
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
go straight there, couldn't we?
Actually, yeah, just doing this stuff is no time at all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Actually, I could
Are
show you a
sure
trick here
you
too.
wanna clear your game and restart?
Yeah,
So yes.
yeah, let's do it. I'll show you a trick too. Something I actually only recently discovered, but something apparently don't click anything on this menu. Something Speedrunners probably new for a long time. If you type the period key, the little dot, whatever the on the numeric pad, I think it might be different on your keyboard, but it's like kind of down by the enter key.
Yeah.
Does that do anything?
No.
All right. Toggle the num lock and try it.
I mean, numlock is on. Can turn it off and.
Yeah, it's probably with it off would it work. Would probably make it work.
Okay, that took away the cursor.
It's at the top.
Yeah, like moved it. Because it was down here, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but it doesn't show the bar. Okay. What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to show the icon bar, and then you can save it on the menu screen. So you can actually like load
Oh, okay.
a save game on the instead of like reloading the game where it shows that other screen before it. Like you can just load a save game right here. It's a little trick, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, let's just quickly get back to where we were. Just pick up the stuff.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, not that fast.
Alexander picks a box. There's nothing of in. Alexander takes.
And then I guess go straight to the ferryman. Oh, then there's this scene if you want to see it.
There's a young girl in the yard. The girl is dressed in a long, plain orange robe with a thick headdress. From the appearance of her clothes and from a skittish, fearful look about her, Alexander gets the strong impression that she is a servant, or even worse, a slave. The serving girl appears to be stealing a quiet moment tending the rose bushes.
You lazy thing! Get back to work and stay away from those roses! I've told you 1,000,000 times, those flowers are too sweet for the likes of you! You've still got to do the breakfast dishes, make lunch, and clean the stables yet this morning! And get your veil back on! No one wants to look at your face!
Yes, stepmother.
Yeah, this is weird because he's there and then he goes down into the cargo hold and then you knock on the door and he's in the cabin. I don't know.
Maybe there's a ladder? I don't know.
Maybe.
Alexander is standing at the island's docks. Both the pier and the only boat in sight are in sad repair. A worn wooden vessel has been dry docked on a jetty. The boat is in sad shape. A hole in the hull and the condition of its boards make it obvious that the vessel is no longer seaworthy. The waters in this cove appear calm, but there's a dimpling pattern to the surface which indicates an undertow.
I really
so
like
the little
this.
boy isn't here, is he?
Right.
So does he only appear when you've been to one of the shops and the genie's seen you?
Correct.
A wooden door leads to the interior of the boat's cabin.
This is one of the more aesthetically pleasing sceneries. I like this place. It's kind of a shame that you only go here. You only need to go here at the very beginning of the game, and there's no reason to ever come back.
No, no, it's nice.
The waters in this cove appear calm, but there's a dimpling pattern to the surface which indicates an undertow. The ocean currents continue to murmur, but they do not reply to Alexander. The boat does not reply. The pier has nothing to talk about. Alexander is greeted with silence. Alexander can't see any way to hold a conversation with that.
I've been
The
lectured to
mast
about that
doesn't
many times.
respond.
Pardon?
I've just been lectured to about Alexander can't see any way to hold a conversation with that.
Yeah, what do you want?
Alexander promised.
Hate this, yeah.
Good day, sir. I was just wondering if you own this boat?
None of your business, stranger. Go away. The ferry's out of business.
Oh, go on, please.
Alexander feels his pockets carefully.
I said the ferry's out of business. What do you want to keep bothering me for?
I really would like to just talk to you, sir.
I've got nothing to say to you, stranger.
You can also offer him your stuff.
I said the ferry's out of business. What do you want to keep bothering me for?
There's no reason to use the... Alexander grasps the coin. Alexander.
Go away. The ferry's out of business.
I guess you can, now that it's in your current window, when you click the door, the hand on the door, then you can just right click and don't move the mouse.
Alexander feels his... Alexander. That boat.
I said the ferry's out of business. What do you want to keep bothering me for?
I have this copper coin. Would you be interested?
Can't you see the ferry's in no shape to go anywhere? I'm not gonna take your fare when I can't even move this old girl off the sand.
I like the ring. I like when you offer
It's
the
not very
ring.
helpful, is he?
No.
I said the ferry's out of business. What do you want to keep bothering me for?
I have this ring. You see, my name is Alexander, and I'm from Daventry.
Is that so? Well, that's nice and all, but I really can't do anything for you, so just walk away nice now and leave me be.
Oh, he doesn't shut the door.
Go away! The ferry's out of business!
Now
Yeah.
he does.
All right.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like those conversations. I know battling with the door is annoying, but I like the actual interactions with him.
The cargo bay is unlikely to hold anything of interest or have a very pleasant smell after months of dry docking. Alexander decides not to descend into the dark hole.
At least have a look.
A small hatch leads down into the dark cargo area.
Yeah, that drove me crazy as a kid.
I want in.
I want in.
A worn
Go.
wooden vessel has been dry docked on a jetty. The boat is in sad shape. A hole in the hull and the condition of its boards make it obvious that the vessel is no longer seaworthy. Alexander.
Whatever. So is that it for here then?
So do you want to offer the mint again, or we've already seen it? Otherwise, you can just go straight to the
I would need
bookstore.
to.
It's up to you. Whatever you want to do. You don't have to.
Oh, you
I'm
mean
just-
offer the mint to the ferryman?
No, just the genie. Just if you don't care to do that again, if you just want to get back to progress, then you just go in the bookstore. Otherwise, if you want to repeat exactly what you did before, you have to go in the pawn shop. That's all I'm saying. If you want to catch up to where we were.
Oh, well, we didn't really do anything, did we? Other than just get the.
Yeah.
mint.
Yeah, so you don't have to do that. So if you want to move on, we can just go to the bookstore.
Yeah.
Hello. I will be right up.
I should be thinking more actively about all those things.
Now, what can I do for you?
Good day, merchant. Can you tell me what land...
Why, certainly.
Okay, so we've just.
Wait,
listened to
no, you
this,
never saw
haven't we?
this.
Oh,
I knew I was close when we sank, but I dared not hope. Tell me, how fares your Princess Cassima?
The princess? She is well enough, I suppose.
Is she near?
The castle of the crown on the hill, sir. And good luck.
Yeah, that's the where am I conversation if you ask the bookshop owner.
oh, I see.
Yeah, so now if you talk to him, that's the really long conversation that you have to go through. You get the points and it unlocks the ferryman. But yeah, that was the where am I that you could ask either him, the pawn shop owner, or the guard dogs.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it doesn't have nearly the sense of humor about it as the pawn shop owner conversation.
What can you tell me about the land?
That is
My name...
this. There. Legends, then to.
That's... Those...
I wouldn't normally skip this, but we've just
Yeah.
heard it. So.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you? I
While the
mean,
bookshop does not seem
you're-
to invite
okay.
conversation.
I think if
Alexander
you
might be
right-click,
better
it
off
skips the
addressing someone specific.
entire conversation in one click.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was left clicking.
Yeah. That's why I was telling
Um,
you to right-click.
Alexander cannot commune with
Couldn't hear you. Remember?
No, wait.
How much for
You
that
did it
book
again!
on the counter, merchant?
Oh, well.
It is a
It's
Oh my
fine.
god.
Is it not?
It's fine. Don't worry
Sorry,
about
I
it.
told you I'm tired.
State of the one and only magician this kingdom has ever
It's very
had.
little, and it's something you
Poofed
ran into
himself
before,
into
so.
an aardvark in the end, or so I heard.
So I just can't
I
resist
never
clicking.
found the
Yeah,
spells all that
you've learned the
useful
lesson too well.
myself, But then I lead a boring
At least I did do it on my own,
I tell you what.
and that was
That's-
by accident.
That's
so-
what I mean. You've learned the lesson really well, so now you make sure to do it every
Yeah.
time.
A bit more marketable. I'm
Yeah, because I was
willing to exchange the
I was thinking like, how do I get him to talk to me? What have I missed?
Yeah,
I
it's a
really
tricky
couldn't
one.
remember, so I had to look it up in the end.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have done it before. Whoops.
Yeah, the other things in the bookshop you can just pick up, I guess.
Thinking of Cassima, Alexander decides to leaf through one of the volumes of love poetry. He reads, "Thy hair, thy lips, thy beauteous face, and all thy studied female grace have won for thee anon a place within this broken breast." Not bad. And another. "Upon the shore the lilies bend, untouched by worldly care, where shadow they her earthly bed, oh, that she were not there." Yikes. And another. "What was it when I looked at you? What power has chained me through and through, and binds my heart with links so tight I cannot live without the sight of you? What nameless thing has captured me, and made me powerless to flee? What thing is it without a name, that brings my mind e'er back the same to thee? The name of love cannot apply, its commonness does not decry the haunted, hunted, painful cry that my heart makes for you, that e'er my soul eternal makes for you."
A little close to home, that one.
Alexander returns the love poem book to the shelf. A page has fallen from the poem book and now lies on the floor.
Talk to it.
In his mind, Alexander can almost hear the fallen page say, "Pick me up, pick me up."
I did do that on my own.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Alexander picks up the fallen page. It's the love poem he particularly liked. It must have fallen out of the poetry book.
I see that old volume has lost another page. You may keep it if you like, sir. I have glued the stubborn thing back in place 2 times already.
I do rather like it. Thank you, Merchant.
Speaking of getting picked up, Calvin's getting a little more trusting. He still doesn't like being picked up,
Yeah.
but at least he's not nervous about it. He's more relaxed about it. Still kind of signals he'd rather be doing something else.
Oh, but you're on what, week 3? Is it?
Oh, you hear that?
No. Oh, yeah. Oh, his little squeak.
Yeah. He's still a squeak toy.
So they're keeping you on your toes then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they like all of these cords lying around.
There's a small table near the door that bears a sign. Only one book remains on the table.
Okay, so
The discount book table has nothing to say, and the sign speaks for itself. Alexander picks up the book from the small table.
Oh, yes, please, take that book. You have my most humble thanks for doing so, good sir.
Really? Thanks.
nine points. This is basically a speed run at this point.
I know.
For some
Okay, yeah, so
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything else here, is
a
there?
little old for those children's books.
No. There's nothing that you need to do here. So it's just a matter of whether you feel like hanging out here or
Is
moving
there
on.
anything that's interesting that I should do?
I don't know.
Or any lines that...
Snap, crackle, pop.
I liked that as a kid. Yeah. That was,
Yeah, I can imagine.
yeah. And the hand too. Yeah, that was.
And burn a perfectly
Yeah, I've-
good hand.
Yeah,
Doesn't he say that on all of the fires?
I think so.
Yeah.
I enjoyed those 2 lines as a kid for sure. But I don't know. Can't think of anything off the top of my head. I mean, you've already even heard the line about him reading too much love poetry or whatever. So. So yeah. I'm ready if you are, yeah.
Old lamps for new. Old.
So I guess we could talk to him now and just open that up.
Open what up?
Just going in there and talking to him.
Old lamps for
Yeah, I'm not sure what he
new.
says actually.
Oh.
There's a slightly different thing because there's like a generic talk to the shop owners.
Good day.
But they want him to learn your name when you get the magic map. So the conversation when you talk to him is a little different before and after that. So, but other than that, I mean, I don't know, like what's amazing about it. I don't know.
Good day, Merchant. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I can tell you she is in a dark time. Without the ferry, communication between the islands has ground to a halt, and so nearly has my business. Why the long ages of peace have ended.
So we just heard this, didn't we? This is...
Something about it is
Yeah, I
beyond
think that's
me.
when
But then,
Outrun was
I
talking
am a
about, oh,
shopkeeper,
it's lockdowns
not
again.
a politician, and can only hope for better days.
If you talk to him again, maybe there's something different? I don't know.
How bide you, good
No,
merchant?
we heard
Quite
that too.
well, though
Never
a
mind.
purchase would not hurt me any.
So yeah. Can also, there's different, because he learns your name when you get the magic map. You can offer the coin either before or after getting it, and those are different conversations. I don't know which one we did before though, so whatever, do it however you want to
I
do
don't
it.
know. I mean, if somebody had uploaded the VOD to their archive channel, we could check.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I have the VOD on, I could check on my hard drive, but I'm streaming right now.
Yeah, that's fine. So if I give him the coin, he says that I can take any of that junk,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm. That opens that whole part
Yeah.
of the game.
So I can go back to talk to the ferryman now then. Is that right?
Yeah, that whole thing is
Yeah.
open now. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just go talk to him and just do that. He's a bad merchant. I mean, if he's just letting people swap out their crap over and over again.
It's a high trust society, or at least he's the last vestige of it, with as they descend into tyranny here.
Hey, stranger, come join me. The water is wonderful, and I can show you the way to the next island.
A young boy is happily swimming in the sea off the docks.
Good day. I'm Alexander. What are you doing in the sea?
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm swimming. I mean, come join me. The water's wonderful. I can show you the way to the next island. Come on, jump in. A little water won't hurt you. Come join me if you're brave enough. What are you waiting for? I said I'd show you how to get to the next island, didn't I?
I think I'll pass.
Yeah, I mean, you did it last time.
Yeah.
That's strange.
Plus, I haven't saved it yet.
The boy in the water just disappeared. Oh well, perhaps he just dove under the water.
All right, I think I'll talk to the ferryman, then we'll save.
Yeah.
Just in case it crashes or something.
I said the ferry's out of business. What do you want to keep bothering me for?
Excuse me. My name is Alexander. The owner of the bookshop in the village told me you might be able to help me. I hear you used to run this ferry for the islands. I'd like to talk to you if you have a moment.
You say old Allie
I'll have to be
sent
right
ya?
back. Hold on.
I can't see why. The ferry's not running, you know.
I understand. I'd just like to talk to you about the islands if you don't mind.
Well, I guess it'd be all right if Allie sent you. Well, don't just stand there. Come on inside. What is it you wanted to talk about, young man?
Alexander is sitting inside the ferry's cabin. The place displays the neatness of a seaman and the sparseness of a bachelor. There are few frills and comforts in the rough wooden environment, but the sunlight shines cheerily on the oaken beams, and the portholes admit a pleasant breeze. The ferryman is a disgruntled-looking man who is probably a lot younger than he appears. Despite his tired air, he watches Alexander patiently. The cabin door leads back outside to the docks. Alexander's portholes provide fresh sea air and daylight to the boat's small cabin. The ferryman's bunk looks hard and uncomfortable. No wonder he can be so cranky. Several oil lamps are strategically placed around the boat's cabin to illuminate the island's dark nights. A table is positioned in front of two plain wooden chairs. The table consists of a board placed over a small barrel. There's a rabbit's foot on the table.
I'm a visitor to these islands. I'd like to learn what I can about the area.
So you said outside. What is it you want to know?
Well, for one thing, why has the island's only ferry been dry docked?
Huh. It just ain't safe to sail these days. What with the islands feuding and all. Wazir Al-Hazred ordered the ferry closed till things settled down. Me, I don't think she'll ever see water again.
But why are the islands feuding?
You got me. Something about stolen property or some such thing. 'Tis a real shame. Things used to be so friendly.
Then this unrest is recent.
A few years is all, but it's been long enough.
Perhaps if the ferry were repaired.
This old thing? This ferry's been out of water so long she's no longer even seaworthy. Her boards have dry rot. She'd fall apart at the first taste of seawater.
But there must be some way to get off this island.
There's only one other way to travel that I know of. A magic map. The owner of the pawn shop can tell you more about that than I can, Alexander.
Tell me more about the ferry.
I remember when I used to ferry Queen Ilaria and Princess Cassima themselves. There was no thought of danger back then. They used to go visiting to care for the needy and to keep up the friendly relations between the islands. I remember their last trip. Things had started getting nasty by then, and when they came back aboard, I gathered that the Queen and the Princess had been received a bit coldly. Princess Cassima was such a pretty thing, and she was terribly upset. But who could be spreading these lies, she asked the Queen, but the Queen had no answer.
What do you do now that the ferry no longer operates?
Me? I'm out of a job. The job my ancestors have held for generations. I'm the only one trained to avoid the reef and the rocks. But that knowledge does me no good now.
Is there no other boat on the island? One that might be more seaworthy?
Boats don't last long on these shoals, as you may have found out if you got here by ship. You can be quite sure that this old ferry is, or was, the only craft on the island.
Tell me more about Princess Cassima.
Ah, such a beautiful child, and so pure of heart. Why, a contrary thought has never crossed her mind. Her mother was the same. The king and queen, they served the islands, not the other way around, always thinking about the people. Ah, they are sorely missed.
What else can you tell me about the land?
Let's see. The Isle of Wonder's a lovely spot. A bit crazy, mind you. Gotta have a good sense of humor to enjoy a tour there.
The chair does not respond.
Whoops.
What else can you tell me about the land?
The Isle of the Beast is pretty, but unfortunately, you can't get very far onto the island.
What else can you tell me about the land?
The inhabitants of the Isle of the Sacred Mountain are the most gorgeous creatures you'll ever see. If you ever get to see them, that is.
What else can you tell me about the land?
The Castle of the Crown sure is a beauty. She's the finest palace ever built, I'll warrant.
What else can you tell me about the land?
Some say that the land of the Green Isles is near the edge of the world, and that the deadly currents are a result of a magnetism that sucks life from this world to the next. Of course, that's just silly talk.
What else can you tell me about the land?
Let's see. The Isle of Wonder's a lovely spot. A bit...
Okay.
The ferryman seems to be the only one in the cabin to address.
I see you have a rabbit's foot. Has it brought you much luck?
As you can see, my luck's been out for some time now, despite that old charm. Why don't you take it with you? Perhaps giving the darn thing away will bring me good fortune at last.
Perhaps it will at that. Thank you.
Alexander doesn't want to take the ferryman's lamps. He obviously has little enough to offer him comfort. Alexander doesn't want to take anything from the cabin unless the ferryman offers it to him.
Well, I think I'll be going now. Thanks for allowing me into your home.
Posh, not at all. It breaks the boredom, if you know what I mean.
Oh no, I missed the whole ferryman scene. You have to go back and do it all over again.
No, you've seen it plenty of times over the years, I'm sure.
Okay.
I haven't saved it yet, so
Okay.
I have to sit through the conversations again.
Wait a minute, you didn't save it. You said you were going to save it as soon as you got in the ferry. Okay. Well, you should probably save it.
I was going to talk to the ferryman, then save it. I think that's what I said.
Oh, you wanted to finish the whole scene and save it. Then do so, I guess. Where'd all your saves go?
Well, you only have 99, right? Or 100 with the autosave, so I have to dump all the saves out into another folder.
Oh, okay.
So I've
There's
still
another
got
folder.
them. They're just, yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, so... Whoops.
Good day.
Don't like you.
Well, you can offer the...
Excuse me, merchant, but the ferryman mentioned that you might have a magic
Just keep
map
drugging
on
him
the
with
land
mints
of
every
the
time I
Green
see him.
Isles.
Yep,
Why,
you
as
should.
a matter of fact, I do. I keep it under the counter. It's been gathering dust so long that I nearly forgot about it. It was quite a few years ago, you see. The estate of a wealthy wizard fell into my hands when he died. It was useless magical junk mostly, which reminds me, I've still got some things of his in the back that I need to dump out. Anyway, the magic map was the one true treasure in the lot. The wizard was quite old and feeble and had enchanted the map to aid in traveling. It is said that one need only desire to be on an island depicted on the map to find oneself there. It is a very valuable map, as you can imagine. Unfortunately, no one is interested in traveling these days. It is far too dangerous with the current state of the kingdom.
What would you take for the map?
I would normally want something magic in return, but since I am hardly overrun with prospective buyers, I would be willing to take anything of equal value in exchange.
Alexander takes a mint.
So I guess we just get the magic map now.
Alexander is already wearing his ring.
Would you be willing to take my family ring in exchange for the magic map?
Daventry, are you a king then?
No, that's my father, King Graham. I'm just Alexander.
Well, Prince Alex, she is a beautiful ring. Are you sure you can part with such a unique family heirloom?
The ring does mean a lot to me. I didn't always have a family, you know. Still, it is only gold. There are more important things at stake now.
Then you now own a magic map, Prince Alex. I will keep your ring out of sight for a few days. If you find anything else of great value in your travels, you can come back for your ring. I would hate to see it melted down for gold. Ah, and a warning about the map. It will only operate when you are out in the open and within sight of the sea. The limitation has something to do with the teleport spell ingredients. You might try the beach.
Thank you. You are very kind, and I'll remember about the map.
Suddenly, the old man in the concealing cloak sneaks past Alexander, and with a sneaky dart of his hand, steals a mint from the candy jar. The old man stuffs the mint into his mouth and wobbles unsteadily out of the pawn shop.
Master, I was observing in the village as you wished, and I saw Manger. Danger? No, a stranger there. He says,
He's Prince Blaminthander of Slaventry. You fool! You've been eating those mints again. I ordered you to stop that. Yes, master. Now, who did this stranger say he was? Prince Salamander of Pageantry, I think. You idiot! Are you trying to tell me that Prince Alexander of Daventry is here? Confound it! That's the young man Cassima met at Mordak's castle. The timing could not be worse. Tell me, what is he doing? He was in the pawn shop buying a magic smap. Magic smap? What is this magic smap? With the smap, he can travel to other islands, master. That's a map, you dolt! Oh, drat it all! I thought I took care of the only means of travel. By my scimitar, I can't have him stirring things up. Not now! Get a hold of yourself and listen carefully, Shamir. Go to the other islands and tell them...
Please reset the stream. That last line did not come in. Well...
No?
Just that last line, his last line. So it's...
You want me to just start the stream again?
I think you just stop and start the stream. I think it's fine. I think that's all you have to do, right? Yeah. Okay. So there you go. So that's different, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you hadn't met them. Right? Prince Salamander of Pageantry.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I hadn't heard that. Right, okay, so... Got the map.
The magic map is made of thin leather and has lifelike drawings of the islands on its uneven surface.
So I guess we could go to the castle, because we haven't done that yet.
Yeah. Did you want to finish up here?
Oh, what with the... Is there more...
How fare you, good merchant?
I am as content as the sands on the ocean shore, Prince Alex.
I mean, the counter items? I mean, were you going to do that, or...
Do I need any of those yet?
I mean, you don't need the coin for anything. Oh, actually, no, you could use...
Well, could I not use that on Jolo if I see him? Or does he not appear until later? Because I haven't got the ring.
You are correct. We could do that. Yeah, you could try that if he shows up. Yeah, you can go to the bookstore and see if he's there.
I don't know what triggers him to show up. Oh.
There he is.
Hello. I will be right up.
Did we use the coin last time? I mean, no,
What
no
can
way.
No, I think I used the ring.
We definitely had to use the ring because we actually found him later. Yeah. How did you know you could use the coin? Did I tell you
Because
that?
on my own, no, I tried it myself. But obviously,
Interesting.
like, did I remember that correctly?
Interesting.
An odd-looking man is reading in the stuffed chair. He wears a vest, balloon-style pants, and pointed shoes. There's something deliberately silly about the man, as though he were a performer of some sort.
Good day, sir. Is there anything you can tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I'm sorry, but I have no time for idle conversation.
I'm too worried about the princess.
Excuse me again, sir. You mentioned the princess.
I told you I'm not interested in talking to strangers.
But are you interested in
Can I
mints?
interest you in this?
No thanks. I find mint rather repulsive.
Have you tried the Did we try the love poem? I think we did.
Did we?
Why would Alexander...
Can I interest you in this?
Hey, I'm a clown, not a dramatist. You keep it.
Okay.
I don't remember that from before. Yes.
Determined to learn more about the strange man's relationship with the princess, Alexander attempts to loosen the man's tongue with a coin.
Excuse me, good fellow, but my name is Alexander of Daventry, and I have this copper coin.
The shopkeeper's over there, Alexander. I'm not. Daventry? Where have I heard of Daventry? Flying flit mice. You must be Prince Alexander. Cosima told me about you when she arrived home. How came you here?
Why, by a ship now wrecked upon the sand. But you know Cosima? She truly spoke of me?
Yes, I saw her briefly when she first returned home. She mentioned a prince to me, Prince Alexander of Daventry. I'm afraid that was before she was told about her parents' deaths. You see, she arrived home a few weeks too late. The king and queen thought they'd never see her again. It is said they died of heartbreak. I'm afraid she's blamed herself.
What a terrible homecoming. If we had only known.
Terrible indeed, poor thing. Everyone in the kingdom seems to despair with her these days. The streets are silent.
Where is she now?
The princess is sequestered in mourning. It's a rather dated tradition, and not required, but the Wazir says she insisted out of respect.
I see. You've yet to say who you are, and how you know the princess.
I? Oh, pardon me. My name is Jallo. I am clown to the royal court, and had been since the marriage of Cosima's parents, King Caliphum and Queen Alaria. Oh, those were the happy days. The pair of them were so full of joy and life, so in love. And Cosima's birth. It would be hard to explain how long they had waited, how they had hoped for a child. I mean, she was such a charming little thing, smart as a whip, kind and sweet. Oh, she means everything to this kingdom, Alexander, and to me. I'm so terribly worried about her.
About her grief over her parents, you mean?
Well, the truth is, I do not trust the Wazir or his plans for Cosima. I'm still living at the Castle of the Crown as court clown, his clown. But it is more to keep my ear to the ground than out of loyalty. I wish I knew what the princess thinks these days. If only I could find Sing Sing, Cosima's pet nightingale. I might be able to send the princess a message. As it is, I must wait for the end of her seclusion. Now I'm afraid I must hurry back to the castle. I'll try to return to the bookshop again later.
Thank you for speaking with me, Jallo. I hope we meet again soon.
So, by befriending Jallo, we have, of course, closed off the scenario. What happens if you're not friends with Jallo? Which is fine, because there are other alternate things that doing this would allow us to see. Like, there's a bunch of alternate things to see, but we can't see them all. So this is the correct choice, even for doing alternate
So you
things.
could avoid him then completely.
Right. But yeah, you can also walk into his room when you're not friends, and he calls the guards on you.
Understandable.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Okay.
there's more interesting things this way, so I'm fine with this. So going to the castle now?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess.
Alexander sees nothing.
Or I guess you could go to the. We did this last time, but I guess the house, the beauty's house. I think that there's another scene there. We care about this. I mean, we did this last time, but
Oh, I mean, we're here, so
yeah.
The house is made of... There are rose bushes back by... Looking at the serving girl reminds Alexander of the years he spent as a slave under the evil wizard Mananan. He wishes there was some way he could help her. She looks very shy and nervous as she tends her roses.
Are you out here again? Have you finished the chores I gave you?
Yes, stepmother. The house and the stables are clean.
Then start polishing the silverware! Do I have to tell you everything?
Yes, stepmother. Right away.
oh, that's right. I can go rifling through the rubbish to get the ink.
Correct. Yeah, so we kind of had to do this anyway.
Yeah.
Alexander sorts through the odds and ends that the pawn shop owner dumped into the pot. Magic exploding gum wrappers, a shattered crystal ball, a cracked wand, a fake thumb. Near the bottom, Alexander finds a little glass bottle labeled ink. It appears to be empty, but Alexander decides to take it anyway. You never know when a small bottle will come in handy.
Have you ever opened it outside of the puzzle?
Yeah, I did on my own.
Okay. Don't do it here because it's.
You mean
not
just
very-
like...
Yeah, click it
using
on
it.
him like. I think. I think it's the bottom of the screen.
Sorry, it's because it's going out of the window again.
Oh, Control M is your friend.
Yeah, hold on.
But also, I think it's. I don't think he goes that way. I think you have to go to the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, the Control M things didn't make a difference this time. Hold on.
It's still going outside the window?
Yeah. I'm trying to click it. Keeps opening my weather thing.
I mean, I would just spam Control M until it locks in, but
It's not making a difference. Yeah, it's
So it's-
drifting
it's-
outside of. It doesn't
it's-
make a difference if we control M or not. It's not locking in the window. It's not good. Come on.
this is good content.
It's really not. It's like if I go like 1 pixel lower, it's in my taskbar, but then like
yeah,
it.
I don't know why. I mean, I would save the game, quit the game, restart the application, and then try the Control M again because it did work earlier, didn't it?
It did, yeah. Maybe because I restarted the stream or something. I don't know. Let's save.
Taking off your adventure.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go. I didn't do anything. I just happened to click on the right pixel that time. I don't know. Oh, there's Sing Sing.
Yeah, the music. Nightingale music.
That's nice music. It's probably one of my favorites.
Yeah, the Nightingale music. Yeah, it's good.
The path from the crossroads continues north to the castle doors. A branch of the path leads off to the northwest, as though going around the castle.
I guess the description for this place, if we click the grass, is going to be the second one already.
Alexander is standing at the entrance to the Castle of the Crown, Casima's ancestral home. 2 guard dogs bar the way into the castle.
What did you say? Sorry, the description of the castle.
Yeah, because it knows what it is.
The castle appears to be of Moorish architecture. Its marbled walls and delicate inlaid mosaics are unlike anything Alexander has ever experienced before. His own home, though lovely and dear to his heart, seems rough-hewn compared to this delicate beauty. 2 guards take their stance in front of the castle doors. They look quite fierce and have the stiff, blank expression of soldiers on formal duty. There's a little hut just off the path. Perhaps the guard dogs have an occasional use for it, but it looks empty now.
But they smoke in it.
Formal hedges and bushes provide dramatic landscaping for the castle. The castle doors are firmly shut and bolted. Alexander is standing at the entrance to...
Anything I've missed?
The bushes are probably not hiding anything useful. Besides, they are too prickly to examine closely.
You can click the hand on the hut and he actually goes inside it. I don't know.
The little hut is empty.
Had to go in to find that out.
Alexander has no need to carry around large rocks.
No strangers may enter the Castle of the Crown.
Yeah, I don't know. The halt growl got cut off that recording.
The guards of the castle gate look like efficient fighters, and there are doubtless more of them inside. Alexander decides not to try to force his way in. Alexander firmly addresses the guards at the Castle of the Crown, determined to get an audience with Casima.
Good day, guard dogs. I am Prince Alexander of Daventry, and I would like...
Prince Alexander of Daventry? He's the one, Wolf.
See here now. We've been warned about you. Wazir al-Hazred has issued strict orders that you're not to be allowed anywhere near the castle.
Me? But I haven't even met the Wazir.
Never mind your excuses. You're on our list of undesirables and will not be getting into the castle today or any day. Now off with you.
I think if you talk to him again, it joins the other thread.
Please, if you'll only be reasonable. I really must see the princess.
Be gone! You're not welcome at the castle, Prince Alexander of Daventry. We have our orders, and they are quite clear.
So this has gotten me to admire a lot of the writing even more than I already did, because when they write those lines, they have to make the two possibilities kind of blend into each other. Like they have to make sure that all the characters know the same things, and so the line will make sense under both outcomes. Sawyer asking the real questions over there.
I know, you think those guards would just take him there and then, wouldn't you?
Vines have begun to climb the castle's stucco walls. The side of the castle is one big blank wall.
I've always really liked this screen for some reason. There's something.
It's nice and peaceful compared to around the corner where it's
It
loud
is, and
music and it's
yep.
it's
And the
more
sun versus the
chilled.
shade too. Yeah, so you got the music versus the birds, the sun versus the shade, the well-kept foliage out front versus everything unkempt here.
Yeah.
But I like the viewing angle, right? It's one of those rare screens where we're not facing north.
That's true.
Right? The camera's kind of turned
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, I suppose if they'd maybe done it from this side, it wouldn't have worked quite as well, would it? It needed to be.
Mm-hmm. Now, one thing that you'll notice now, when you walk down the path, and well, go ahead and just do that, and then I can, if you think about it, try to continue.
The narrow path ends abruptly at a pile of boulders.
So it just says a pile of boulders, but if you actually think about what's inside the castle there, that's actually where the treasure room is.
Oh, so you think it could be like blocked off on purpose?
Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe there's boulders there, but also there should be a room that like juts out a bit or something. I don't know. Hold on, I gotta stop the cats. Continue on. Hold on. I mean, you continue. I just will be right back.
Okay. Right, so where was the last save?
A nightingale perches on a high branch of the tree. She sings the most beautiful song Alexander has ever heard. Alexander can't reach the bird, and she doesn't seem interested in coming to a stranger.
Hello, Nightingale. What a lovely tune you sing.
The nightingale only looks at Alexander suspiciously and continues to sing.
You struggling over there?
Just keep playing with the wires. They have so many other toys and strings and everything, and you just go right
They
for
always
the
want what
wires.
they can't have.
Yeah.
Right, just thinking what I want to do next. Because we could go off on travels. Now we've got the map.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything more interesting to do with the coin. I don't remember there being.
So I could just trade it now for the. I think, do I need the Nightingale to tempt Sing over, I think.
Yeah, that's not an urgent thing, though. I'm
So-
thinking if we're doing mint stuff, I think you should get the tinder box, and we should just go straight for the Logic Cliffs.
Yeah?
I think that's the way to go for
Okay.
maximum mint enjoyment.
All right, so tinderbox.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
I have this copper coin. Is it of any value to you at all?
Most interesting. I have never seen a Daventry coin before, but it is copper genuine enough. I might even find a buyer who is interested in foreign currency. The items on the front counter are the only things in the store that I can let go for the price of 1 copper. You may make your choice from there.
Alexander looks at the items on the counter to make his selection.
I believe I'll take the tinderbox.
Very well. Your coin is well spent. Remember, this is a pawn shop. I am always willing to take back my own goods in trade.
I'll remember. Thank you.
Let me see if I can get off this screen again. There we go.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
So Sacred Mountain first?
Yeah.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation. There appears to be no way past the cliffs. Though roughly hewn, the cliffs do not provide regular handholds for climbing, and they seem otherwise impenetrable. Jagged boulders surround the small cove of this rocky island. The ocean appears calm, but there's a dimpling pattern to the surface which indicates a strong undertow. Jagged boulders.
Is there a general description or is that it?
Alexander
there we
is
go.
standing on the small sandy cove of a rocky island. Around him, sheer granite cliffs block any further movement north, east, or west. To the south, he is blocked by the sea. There's an ugly flower growing near the base of the cliff. Alexander notices an unusually large coal-black feather lying on the beach. The feather does not respond. The flower does not respond. The currents continue to murmur, but they do. The cliffs ignore Alexander. The cliffs ignore.
Okay, so I'll pick this up and then drop another save.
Alexander picks the flower and is startled by its hideously strong skunk-like odor. For a moment he can smell nothing else.
And so he decides to carry on himself for the rest of the game.
Indeed.
Alexander takes the feather.
Oh, this is also a good spot to use the ink on Alexander. So we haven't
Okay,
done
should I
that
save
yet.
it first?
Sure.
Alexander's carrying a little ink bottle. It appears to be empty. Alexander shakes the bottle and imagines he hears a faint swishing sound, but decides he is mistaken. Alexander decides to open the empty ink bottle.
It's stuck. It's... Whoa! The ink bottle isn't empty at all. It's full of invisible ink. Not very strong, but not bad.
Yeah, so you can see kind of the cliffs behind him. That
Yeah.
view wasn't as good as I thought it was. Like,
Maybe if I'd
there's-
been standing like here or something. I mean, I could try.
Yeah, I guess you could try. You saved it a smarter spot than.
Like if I stand like here, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. And then maybe you get even like the line between. That would be very interesting, actually.
Like here?
Maybe.
Try.
Alexander decides to open the empty ink bottle.
It's stuck. It's... Whoa!
Yeah, there we go.
So that's clearer, yeah.
The ink bottle isn't empty at all. It's full of invisible ink. Not very strong, but not bad.
Okay, so I guess we're doing cliffs then.
Yeah, you ready?
I'm ready.
There appears to be something etched into the face of the cliff. Alexander decides to get closer.
I mean, I don't know how much you want to solve these again versus just, you know, have assistance or however you want to do it.
I mean, I remember the solutions.
Okay. If you already remember it, then perfect. Before you press the whole thing, did we go over the fact that any of the E's work in the last word?
I think you mentioned it before.
That's all I wanted to say. Even though it's like there's an obvious one that is like in
this,
the line. Yeah.
So maybe try this one.
But you can try any of them.
Huge blocks of stone erupt from the granite cliffs.
Just to be different.
But it does have to be in that word. Like the one in ignorance doesn't work.
Yeah, I tried that on my own.
Nice.
Alexander stares with wonder. That's quite a way to welcome a guest, if indeed it is a welcome.
Hold on. What happens if you just like touch it instead? Hold on.
The steps cannot be moved any further backwards or forwards. Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
Okay, so we know the answer here is saw. And if I was looking at the guidebook, I'd have to match the letters to the symbols.
Did you want to do that again, or do you?
I mean, I know what they are. So
Okay, if you
I've
know
got
what they...
it written down. I mean, I don't see the point in getting the. I don't have the PDF ready to go or anything.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. If you have, it,
I mean, I know what the answer is. So
yeah, then yeah, I didn't realize you were that organized on it. So
I think it's my notes are correct, and then SO.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
No saves in between. We're going for it.
oh my.
I'm being brave. I do actually have
I did. I'm pleasantly
a
surprised.
printout of the
I'm replying to Outrun. I am pleasantly surprised with your
Well,
depth
so
your
when we-
depth of exploration.
Well, so the first time we played it, I did take some notes, but the second time on my own, I took more thorough notes.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I had a much better understanding of what was going on, what was relevant, what was not. So yeah, the second notes are much neater for one thing and more thorough. So this puzzle is a riddle. I know what the answer is. Do you know what the answer is? But does everyone else know what the answer is?
It's copy protection. It's illegal to show them.
Oh. Well, I was going to read it out.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Okay, so the riddle is 4 men standing in a row, third from the left, and down you go. The rest in order move you on, the youngest, the oldest, and the second son. I guess not. Let's go.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
So one thing I noticed when trying to figure out what they mean by like the youngest and the oldest. I mean, like obviously those are the endpoints or whatever. And you can kind of infer which direction it goes based on the fact that the second son is one in the middle, but it's not
the one that
third
kills you.
The one that kills you, right? But
yeah,
I don't know. There's something also just like, I don't know if this is actually intended to be a thing, but just like the coloring of the rock, it seems to be a little bit darker on the left side. And somehow, I don't know if that was intended, but that also kind of makes me think of like...
What you mean, like this bit here?
Yeah. Just that whole button is like a little bit of a darker color than like the one on the right. It's like a lighter color. And somehow that was consistent with my... I don't know. That somehow it just seems more... Just grayer, I guess?
Like grayer and older?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was just me being a kid. I don't know if they intended that. But...
I wouldn't have thought that myself, but maybe it'd be very subtle if that was
it is very
what
subtle,
they were going
but...
for.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
I mean, it's kind of like the riddle later on in the game, where there's like multiple ways to think about it. The gate riddle.
Oh, the one in the Realm of the Dead?
Yeah.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
Okay, so the Sacred Four, we get this information from the handbook. Again, don't we? The Sacred Four being Tranquility, Azure, Caterpillar, and Air. And each of those are assigned a symbol. So, I guess just go for it now.
Yeah, they can be pressed in any order, unlike the previous one.
Oh, can they? So, oh, is it that one? Yeah, it is this one, isn't it? The
That's D.
Yeah, I've got DOQG is the order that I did them in. So
That's the way I think about it. So maybe that is the
that one and this one and
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs. Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
This puzzle looks lazily constructed to me. I don't know. Like, the other one seemed more subtle with the rise kind of in the diagonal, so, like, ignorance doesn't start with R, right? Whereas this one was like, we're gonna make ascend, and so they just put in
it's
mostly...
like, you got
the
this
first,
far. We'll give you
it's
an
just
easy
like
one.
the first one, yeah. I don't know. But, I mean, it's just like the first letter of 4 of the words. I don't know, it's just... Maybe they could have come up with a more clever-sounding sentence to accompany the word. I don't know. It just seemed kind of a lazily thrown together puzzle, but it's all right.
Yes, I suppose they could have done something else, couldn't they? Than another like letter puzzle.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
Stop right there. Don't.
You want me to save it here?
Save it right there. That's the perfect spot.
I'd already thought of that.
Okay.
Okay, so
excellent.
Almost top. Oops.
So he doesn't slip off. He'll do that little... There's no timer on that.
Alexander finds himself, finally, at the top of the cliffs. Exhausted, he steps over the lip of the plateau and stands.
Why do you make such an effort to climb the cliffs, young man? The winged ones who live on this island have the power of flight. You could have it too, if you'd only eat a berry from this magical flying nightshade bush. See? The sweet berries will make you float like a petal on the wind. Try some.
The old woman has a pleasant, grandmotherly face, but something about her makes Alexander uneasy.
What doesn't make you uneasy?
Who are you, matron?
Who cares? I mean, I am only a poor old woman who wishes you well, handsome stranger. Think of me as your grandmama, if you like.
How can this plant give the power of flight?
Listen, son, I'll be happy to answer any questions you like, but only if you at least taste these delicious berries. Come, stranger,
Trust me. Think of what I'm offering you.
Should we give him the mint?
Yeah.
Because he disappears soon, doesn't he? There's not much.
Yeah.
Like, you don't get much time to do it.
Would you care for a mint?
Mint? Really? Ooh! Mm.
I'll just be going now.
How odd. That woman simply disappeared.
Yeah, so I just happened to have the mint on me last time I came here. I was like, oh, I'll try it. And yeah, it actually worked.
Alexander is standing at the top of tall cliffs. To the north is the peak of a mountain, rising to meet the clouds. To the left is an ominous set of bolted doors. Huge doors are set into the solid rock of the mountain. A group of boulders are piled in a seemingly random way against the face of the mountain. In the distance, Alexander can see the peak of a majestic mountain rising into the clouds. Black berries grow only at the top of the bush, as though straining towards the sun.
That is so very clearly a hole now. I don't know what I was thinking before.
There's a natural opening in the rock near the nightshade bush.
It's funny how the brain just parses information. Like, you know, those optimal illusions will just cause something to pop out in just like the wrong shape, and then your brain's just stuck doing that. And then once it pops the other way, it's like, how could I have ever thought of it the other way? Yeah, that's just, yeah,
It's like those
optical illusions.
Optical
just do
illusions
that.
is like, is the horse moving forwards or backwards? Those
Yep.
sort of things, yeah.
Whichever
I guess
one
I
your brain is stuck on, it just has to be that way.
Yeah. I guess I just thought because the bush was there, it's kind of like a shadowed rock. But I suppose while we're up here, we should get the peppermint, since we've got the tinderbox.
Yes.
So let's do that.
Alexander crawls through the small opening in the rock. Alexander finds himself in a dark cave. Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
So what's dumb is, so Alexander can't see that second opening until you light the tinderbox, but they forgot to allow you to click the tinderbox on the cave opening. Like, you're supposed to like do what
this one or this one?
The back one, the second one. So like, well, I mean, you should just step out and do it again. I'll show you. I want to show you how dumb this is.
Alexander crawls back through the passage to the top of the cliffs.
And go back in. And then tinderbox is your current items. So
Alexander finds him.
So if you click
that won't help Alexander in the dark cave.
See, because you're supposed to be able to click it anywhere in the cave, but they forgot that because the cave opening is like a separate thing, to also allow them to
you
light
would
it
think
when you
that
click there.
Could click it there and it would work.
You should be, but they forgot to. They cut a hole in the clickable area when it's supposed to be the whole room. So that's just a silly, unfortunate thing that I discovered. I just felt like complaining about it. Anyway, carry on.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light
It's all good to know. You'll make an expert out of me yet.
Alexander crawls through the opening in the rock. The lighting in this part of the cave is better. Alexander extinguishes the candle's flame and places it back in his pack.
Speaking of being an expert, I was going to say what my project was, but now I've found like a bug in King's Quest V, which may end up delaying the whole thing. It needs to be fixed on the Scum VM. They actually are working on. I mean, it is active, the Scum VM project.
Okay.
So.
This is very intriguing.
Yeah.
I can't think what you're up to.
Yeah.
Or what you've got planned.
Alexander is standing in a second room of the cave. A natural window to the outside world provides a little more light here, and even helps clear the musty smell. A natural window-like opening in the rock provides a view to the outside world. A peppermint plant grows on the window's ledge. A plant grows on the grassy ledge. Smells like peppermint. Other than a few bats, there doesn't seem to be anyone in the cave to converse with. Alexander takes a few leaves from the plant. As he does so, a strong smell of peppermint is released. Ah.
I've always been intrigued by that opening out there, because I think it would be... That would be like on the outside of the cliffs, right? So that would just be overlooking the ocean, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you can see the
It
Isle
looks
of
like
the
it kind
Beast.
of curves around.
Oh, you think it curves around back
Well,
toward back inside?
But it's all rocks, isn't it? So it could still... That doesn't look very oceany.
No, but I was thinking like, kind of the way he's facing. So like, I was thinking that you're kind of looking alongside the outside. Our view is along the outside of that cliff when we walk out, that part, and then, yeah, I don't know. I'm not making any sense. But if we go back out, then I can
Yeah.
show you
Alexander
what I was
crawls
thinking.
back into the first room of the cave.
But I guess it could be what you said.
Alexander can't
Kind
see
of
a
looks like it would kind of go round.
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
So,
Alexander takes the candle from his... Alexander crawls back through the passage to the top of the cliffs.
so what you're saying is kind of right. So you're saying, actually, if you look right on the path there, you're saying
Like
it just
kinda
opens right there. Do you see
somewhere-
that? Right there. It actually kind of looks like
Right
it could
here.
be, no, on the path, like halfway up to the, right, on the right.
Right.
No, right there. Back down. A little bit more. There. So you could be right that it just kind of goes around like that and just peaks. That
Or
could
just
be
kind
the
of
other
anywhere
side of it.
around this kind of backside, because the window
Yeah.
looks like it's
See, what I was thinking it was
would
doing
be
was
about
going.
halfway up this.
I was thinking it was on the other side of this whole rock wall and just kind of looked out. And so the rock that you see on the screen is just the outside of that whole rock wall. And then you'd be looking out over the ocean on the right side. But it could also be that it curves around and hits that little spot right there, just looks at the path again. That's interesting. I don't know. Are you talking about the Sacred Mountain, Outrun?
It's the yellowish mountain, actually.
The Infected Mountain?
Okay, so,
So we could meet the winged ones and they'll just throw us onto the beach and then we can come back when we're ready.
yeah, you get one chance, don't you? To
Yeah. And we know when we're ready,
Okay.
so that wouldn't hurt us.
yeah. So I've only got one of the things I need for that. Piss mountain.
Yeah, and that item you have to trade away, so.
Look, an intruder! Hold! How did you get up here, human?
I climbed the cliffs.
That is not possible. No one has solved the Cliffs of Logic in several centuries. And if the cliffs were to be solved, it would certainly not be by a human.
I didn't mean to trespass. I only wanted to visit this beautiful island.
No visitors have been welcome on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain in years. Not since the Red and White Queens had spies in the guise of friendly visitors steal our island's sacred golden fleece. But we will not display such foolish trust again. You will have to answer to Lord Azure and Lady Ariel. They will determine what will be done with you. I can assure you, it will not be pleasant.
With what trickery did you master the Cliffs of Logic and reach the city of the Winged Ones?
Only the magic of clear thought, my lord. I meant no harm.
The Cliffs of Logic. It is the sacred oracle's prophecy, Azure.
Yes, Ariel. It is lucky for you, human, that climbing the Cliffs of Logic is part of a prophecy that I cannot ignore. We have just been ordered by Wazir Al-Hazred himself to dispose of any strangers that might land on our fair isle. But the prophecy would have a different fate befall you.
The prophecy predicts that whosoever climbs the Cliffs of Logic will defeat the Minotaur. The Minotaur has violated our sacred catacombs and eats our young in sacrifice. Our own daughter, Lady Celeste, was taken there only this morning as his most recently demanded offering.
A dilemma, then. Whom shall I obey in regards to your fate? The Oracle or the Crown? But since Al-Hazred did not dictate how I was to dispose of intruders, and since you cannot possibly survive the catacombs, your imprisonment there should serve both purposes quite admirably.
I will not resist you in this, my lord. I shall do my best to save your daughter.
First, I must tell you that the catacombs are a labyrinth of rooms, a place of exceeding danger. You will need many tools and clear wits to survive it.
Azure, he must be allowed time to prepare for the task, if only in the slight chance that he could actually save our Celeste.
Oh, very well. Intruder, my guards will take you to the beach. Prophesied hero or spy, any soldier must be granted time to prepare for battle. Be warned, if you have the courage to actually return to the Isle of the Sacred Mountain and face your destiny, my guards will have orders to take you to the catacombs on sight.
I understand, Lord Azure.
If by some miracle you succeed, human, the prophecy grants you a visit with the sacred oracle. Her powers are mighty, her vision all-seeing. Many of our own citizens would be willing to risk certain death in the catacombs for a chance at a meeting with the oracle. May that thought give you the courage to return.
Oh, I will return, Lady Ariel. You have my word.
What's our score? Like 38 or something tiny? Oh my goodness, that was very close.
That was close. I like how you know this game so well, you know what the score would be.
Yeah, I mean, I
Or
wasn't
roughly what
calculating
it- I
anything.
mean-
It was just, yeah, it was just like a gut feeling. I don't know.
Okay, so I'll just, why not?
Yeah, you don't want to come back here till you're ready. I don't know, some kind of. Okay.
Just because you never know. yeah, so there's other things that we need to go off and do before we can come back here and do the catacombs.
Yeah, this island's pretty sealed off for now. I think the
Yeah, so
only island. Go ahead.
It's okay.
The only island to make progress on is, I mean, we're clearly bottlenecked. Got to go back to the Isle of the Crown. Because we can't go here. The Isle of the Beast has the boiling pond, and the Isle of Wonder has the
Yes.
gnomes. So
Yeah, so I need to get the stuff to deal with gnomes, really, don't I? Because I can't really make any progress there otherwise.
Alexander
See,
pulls
I'm
out his
learning.
magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Right. Oops.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
Alexander takes a mint.
Don't mind if I do. So we need to swap this.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
That mechanical nightingale looks intriguing. I believe I'll take it.
Very good, Prince Alex. It is always a pleasure doing business with you. Enjoy the mechanical nightingale and feel free to bring it back anytime.
Thank you.
Wait. Did you get the mint?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. I was just asking because I looked away.
Hello. I will be right up. Now, what can I do for you?
Nothing. Bye. Sorry. Let's go this way for a change.
I like it.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
You know, I'm going to do what I did last time, accidentally, and take a quick 2-minute break if that's okay. While I wait for these letters to drift over.
Oh, you need to take a break?
Yeah, just a toilet
Okay.
break. All right, won't be long.
All right. So I have to figure out how to keep the crowd entertained while I have no control over the screen. Nope, can't do it. I have no idea what to talk about. I noticed, like, when I started the stream, there are a whole bunch of King's Quest fans that showed up, and then they all just, like, immediately bailed. They're like, never mind. Hi. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, what did you expect? Like, we're playing a game and talking about it and doing things in kind of interesting order. I mean, what more do you want? Why did you leave?
Alright, I'm back.
Hi, back.
Okay, so I'm gonna save here because why not? Um,
Alexander is standing on a rocky beach. To the north is dense tropical vegetation. Near the shore are a dozen or so oyster beds. A string of letters floats in the water. The letters spell out, "Where are you going?" Alexander's heard of alphabet soup, but this is ridiculous. One of the oysters is sitting up in bed and doesn't look very happy. He seems to be the only one who can't sleep. In the oyster's mouth, Alexander can see a glint of white.
who wanted a speed run?
Oh, I was just talking about how people, like, when we started the stream, a whole bunch of King's Quest fans showed up and then they all left within like 10 minutes.
Sorry.
Oyster beds line the seashore. Most of the oysters are sound asleep.
And I was just going through, like, why'd you even show up? Like, what did you want? Like, we were here playing the game and talking about it and clicking things that are, you know, not commonly
Maybe we're just
clicked.
not very entertaining, Shady.
I don't.
That could be the issue.
I think they're just the
They're
TikTok
other people out
generation.
there. Maybe. Maybe they just like to lurk. Who knows?
Maybe. I hope so.
To the north, the island is dense with vegetation.
Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm bringing the numbers down.
To the north, the island is dense with vegetation.
Well, actually, the viewer count is still maintaining about the same, but so maybe they are just.
No, but
lurking.
one of those will be me though. So you know
Yeah.
you've got to knock one off. All right, let's pick this thing up.
Alexander picks up the object floating in the water. It appears to be a string of letters. They say, "Where are you going?" Alexander decides to keep the odd sentence, even though it is incomplete.
Guess we do the gnomes now, just to get them out the way.
Actually, I would do the oyster first because, since you just saved it, you can see what happens if you don't get it. You know what I mean? If you don't get the pearl.
What you just mean? What you mean? I just don't pick it up at all.
Yeah, you just let it. You just let the timer run out. Yeah.
Okay.
Why aren't you asleep like the other oysters?
Oh, I'm so weary, but I can't sleep. I have a terrible ache in my mouth.
What's wrong with your mouth?
No offense, but it hurts too much to talk.
What's wrong with your mouth?
No offense.
Okay. Would you like a mint?
That won't do anything for the little oyster.
Okay. So I'm guessing like none of these are the things. They
That
just
won't do anything for the little oyster.
don't work. There's
Yeah. Painkillers.
Alexander sees no use for
Oops.
that won't do anything for the little oyster.
So it wants the boring book, but nothing else. Would you like a poem?
That won't do anything for...
Okay.
If you're having trouble sleeping, perhaps you'd like me to read to you.
Hey, that would be great!
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 and an eighth bottles of wild beast lard, yields a gilded minnow of precise measurements, 2,069 centidrills by 3,023 and 6/7 puns, not punts, as might be expected. This is not to say, however, in any sense whatsoever, that deviations in mean temperature of 5 or 6 dregs or so indicate a fabrication or derivation sufficiently broad enough to exacerbate the conclusions uncovered in due course with regards to the dimensions, consistency, mass, or thickness inherent in the menial suckling grouse.
Yeah, see, they really want you to get it.
The poor little oyster falls into an uneasy sleep, though it's clear he is still not resting easy. Alexander decides to leave him to his nap.
So, oh yeah, and you also have like descriptions here, like if you click the eye on them and stuff.
The oyster with the mustache seems to be resting rather uneasily.
It doesn't say mustache. It says
No, I was going to
mouth.
say, am I?
Yep.
I thought my eyes were going funny then. I was like, what?
No.
Mustache.
Yeah. Talk to him?
Alexander doesn't want to wake up the sleeping oyster.
No, it's the same. Maybe hand.
Alexander doesn't want to
No.
wake up the sleeping oyster.
Try the book again.
The oyster is resting rather uneasily, and Alexander doesn't want to disturb him.
Is it the kind of thing if you left the island and came back, it would be awake again?
Nope. So this whole
Oh, really? Is that it? If you...
that is it. So you can't get the pearl, which means you can't trade it for the ring, which means you can't send it to Cosima. So that whole thread is closed off.
I see.
So that's the cost of missing this.
Do we want to do that though?
No. I just wanted to.
I thought not. No, I probably wouldn't have bothered doing that myself
Yeah.
because they make it so obvious that you need to pick it up, right? You're
Right.
given
But you
loads
wouldn't
of
have known about
opportunities to do it.
the mouth ache mustache goof. So
Okay. So we'll reload this then. And...
Alexander picks up the object floating in the water. It appears to be a string of letters. They say, "Where are you going?" Alexander decides to keep the odd sentence, even though it is incomplete.
Why aren't you asleep like the other?
Oh!
Okay, let's do the proper thing.
If you're having trouble sleeping, perhaps you'd like me to read to you.
Hey, that would be great!
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 1/8 bottles of wild beast lard.
I like how these are all.
Talk about his pronunciations. Ooh, of that.
Yeah.
Alexander
whoops.
sees nothing of interest.
Oh, we're
in
gonna
that
do this
part of the
over.
oyster.
Yeah, we can talk about that
Sorry.
and the fact these are all sentence
Yields a
fragments.
gilded minnow of precise measurements. 2,069 centidrills by 3,023 6/7 puns, not punts, as might be expected. This is not to say, however, in any sense whatsoever, that deviations in mean temperature of 5 or 6 dregs or so.
Alexander makes a grab for the pearl.
Yoink.
Hey! You fixed my mouth! It feels great!
Ah, the little oyster drifts into peaceful slumber with the rest of his oyster friends. The little oyster is sleeping peacefully now that Alexander's removed the irritating pearl.
So he's a dentist too.
Yeah.
The flawless pearl is the largest Alexander's ever seen. Alexander turns the pearl slowly in his hand and sees its opaque white hue melt into iridescent colors.
So I guess we go for the gnomes
Indeed.
because they'll just turn up when they as soon as I move.
Alexander hears someone coming.
Five fierce guards of the isle we be. Watch for a foreign band, said he, with ears and nose, tongue, hands, and eyes. Its nature cannot be disguised. If man it be, then man it dies. Old Tom Troll, smell your smell. Do that which you do so well.
So I got a lot of these wrong last time, didn't I? With the as far as the deaths are concerned.
I can pull that up.
Like what I mean is there anything here that I should see?
You got 5 out of 11. That's pretty good. It's not everything.
Thanks.
In terms of like the deaths with the gnomes, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I will have to watch that video at some point.
Alexander holds the flower of stench out to the gnome with the jumbo nose.
Tom Troll I am, that's all I'll be. My nose knows all on land and sea. A flower of stench has washed ashore. A flower 'tis all, and nothing more. Listen, hark you, Grovelor, do your duty as you swore. With your ears, please tell us more.
Alexander winds the tin nightingale and plays it for the gnome with the monumental ears.
Which takes him forever.
Speedrunners hate this.
A nose is not a way to spy. My ears cannot be told a lie. A nightingale is all there be. No man is near, and so say me. Taste, Grump, that we might know whether friend or whether foe.
Alexander holds the
I don't like the way his
the gnome
tongue
with the
unfurled there. That
gigantic
was quite
mouth.
gross.
Mm-hmm.
Grump knows a tasty treat. It matters not what others bleat. No danger is this one so sweet.
Imagine him tasting you.
Trilly dilly, use your hands.
What'd you say, sorry?
Or is it man?
Just imagine him licking you
Ugh.
with that giant tongue, yeah.
Alexander holds the rabbit foot out for the gnome with the huge hands.
Yeah, I think I tried using the flute the first time through.
Yep, you did.
Thee? A bunny can't trill merrily. A hare does not at all taste sweet. A rabbit here is all we greet.
Oh, Bill Batter, never fatter. Vision can resolve this matter. Look you now and end this chatter.
Alexander pours the contents of the empty-looking ink bottle over himself.
By all that's beauteous, fair, and sightly, 4 morons do I sleep with nightly. There's nothing there at all, I say. Enough of this. Let's now away.
Alexander did it. He's fooled the guards.
Right, let's talk to Gwen first. Oops.
Little bees buzz around the books as though the pages were laden with the sweetest pollen. Maybe they're spelling bees. The tail end of this island is a riotous scramble of books, sand, and a spider's web. Piles of stacked books, looking ready to topple at any moment, have been arranged haphazardly on the sandy ground. Piles of...
It's like how he actually goes up to each pile of books to look at it.
Yeah.
Actually, sometimes they'll be
Wow.
describing things way off in the distance.
What a luscious-looking hunk of flesh you are.
Thank you, I guess. Who are you?
How charming of you to pretend not to know. I'm Black Widow, of course. The femme fatale of all femme fatales. Know what I mean? You know, I was just thinking it was time I found my 50th, another husband. It would be quite a horror, an honor to have me as a bride. Just look at my beautiful weaving. It's so light, so delicate. You'll never want to leave my little nest.
It is a lovely web, but my heart is elsewhere, I'm afraid.
Oh, drat! The loss is yours. I'm sure you'll change your mind once you consider the advantages.
An intricately detailed spider's web has been spun between a pile of books and a small tree. A black widow is sitting in her web. She has long legs and an hourglass on her belly. She gives Alexander a knowing look.
That scrap of paper blew into my web from those books over there. The wind just thinks it can deposit anything here.
I think last time I got the rare book before getting the scrap of paper. And I actually looked in the book this time. And it just, it made more sense doing it that way because you could see more of the page.
Yeah.
That the torn bit had come from. So I might come back for that later. I suppose I could get it now, couldn't I?
Alexander investigates
Oh
the
no!
intricate spider's web.
Oh, did I do it wrong? Oh no, I need to talk to
is not amused.
look at it even, not...
Alexander feels the tiny pinprick of the
Is that
spider's
the first
bite
death
and
today?
the slow burning of
Yep.
the poison.
Whoops.
Sadly, you already have that one, so it is slightly. It's actually a lot different if you click the spider on that screen.
Next. Why do you think they call her a widow?
Was that? Sorry, I didn't catch that in because it was quite loud.
Well,
Yeah, so
shall
you
I
need to
tell
look
you?
at it, not touch it.
Shall I? I guess I can spoil deaths because you're gonna have the video anyway. Let me look at your list here. So, if you do what you did with the hand, but you click just the spider, it's actually a lot different, which is kind of interesting.
Oh, really?
Alexander reaches out to touch the Black Widow.
That's right. Go with your feelings. Get closer to me.
Alexander feels the tiny pinprick of the spider's bite and the slow burning of her poison.
Thanks for the memories.
Tickets only. Next.
Why do you think they call her a widow?
And then another one, if you actually walk into the web, is also very different.
Oh no.
So I probably wouldn't have thought to do that.
Web. Alexander feels the tiny pinprick of the spider's bite and the slow burning of her poison.
Tickets only. Next.
Well, walked right into that one.
See, it's even a different message there.
Yeah. Okay, noted. Yeah, I suppose I might as well take that piece of paper now, right? Should we wait and get the book first?
I like. Let's do it together. I think that makes more sense.
Yeah. Okay, let's.
Piles of stacked books, looking ready to toss.
So you can either talk or use a hand, and they're slightly different things. So yeah, use the talk, I guess.
Alexander should read the books if he wants to get information from them.
Really?
Alexander should read the books if he
thought
wants
he
to get
says-
information from them.
I thought he says there's someone there in the books. Maybe
Alexander.
that only happens. Maybe that only happens after you've already met him. So I guess you have to use a hand. I don't know.
What do you think you're doing?
I'll be right
I'm
back.
Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't realize these books had an owner. I'm in need of a rare book.
No owner. All books have owners, my good man. And this book owner, Bookworm to you, wouldn't part with one of his books for anything.
Isn't there something I can do for you to pay for the book?
Let's see. Do you have an itinerant clause?
No. No clauses at all, I'm afraid.
As an exception, you always should.
Don't mind oxymoron and diphthong. They're fairly limited grammatical principles, you know. Let's see. A marsh pig that does Texas?
No. I'm afraid not.
A dangling participle?
I'm fresh out.
A purple fiddle whacker?
No, I don't think so. Sorry.
An idiosyncrasy, perhaps?
Afraid not.
Ha!
Then what good are you? Do you have anything interesting yet?
A regular abnormality?
Let me see what I have. Would you take this in exchange for a rare book?
You want to trade that? There are millions of those lying about. No, thank you.
Okay, let's go and get the other things.
The Isle of Wonder swamp oozes with muck, moss, and mud. Crickets and frogs sing an endless serenade, and the green filtered light adds to the sense of dampness here. A mushy swamp lies just off the path. It doesn't look like very good swimming. A stick is stuck in the middle of the swamp. A cluster of cattails flourishes near the muck of the swamp. Milkweed thrives near the mucky swamp. Small bottles filled with milk grow on it like fruit. A large tree stretches knotted limbs out over the swamp. Part of the tree's trunk is shaped like the face of a dog. Why, it must be a dogwood tree. A tough old log lies to the left of the path. The Isle of Wonder swamp oozes with muck, moss, and mud. Crickets and frogs sing an endless serenade, and the green filtered light adds to the sense of dampness here.
My dear tree, is it true that your bark is worse than your bite?
That bump on the log does not look particularly conversational to Alexander. The milkweed doesn't answer. The swamp gurgles an inaudible reply.
Good day, thou most feline of fronds.
The swamp. Alexander sees no point in trying to talk to that stick in the swamp.
Sorry
the
about that.
swamp ignores Alexander
Sorry?
and continues its chirps, croaks, and blurps.
I said sorry. Stepped away.
Oh yeah, so that's all right. So we need to explore over here.
A pretty stone path leads north to a colorful gate and south to the oozy swamp. Alexander is standing in a delectable garden. Nestled in the bright green grass are colorful plants growing in orderly clusters. Some of their curious faces peer up at Alexander from the sides of the path. The garden ends at a speckled gate. Unless Alexander is mistaken, those plants must be baby's tears. Vines of sweet ripening tomatoes climb up little wooden posts. Alexander takes a close look at the tomato in the ground. It appears to be darker than those on the vines.
What are you staring at there, boy? Go away, you rootless thing, you! Yeah!
Yep, that tomato is definitely rotten. Is that lettuce growing in the garden? It looks a little chilled. Why, it must be iceberg lettuce. A colorful array of snapdragons stand guard to one side of the path. The wallflowers look terribly shy. There appears to be a hole in the garden wall. Through the hole in the wall, Alexander sees a land that resembles a giant chessboard. Wow, it really is a hole in the wall. Zounds, those wallflowers sure are shy, and the snapdragons are awfully protective of them. Alexander can't even get close to the wallflowers without causing quite a stir. An elegant padded chair provides a cushy seat from which to enjoy the lively garden.
I think I'd like hanging out here.
Clinging
If this was a real
vines
place.
climb the garden wall. Those grapes look awfully sour. To the right of the path is a little coffee table.
It's one of those things I feel
Good day, tomato vines.
Good morning.
is very ambiguous. Like that stone wall, is it just on one side? Is it on 3 sides? Like what happens if you go, like what are on the east and west
Like,
sides of
what's
the garden?
here?
Yeah.
I suppose it could be enclosed, just like a. But then, what's beyond that? Like, what would be on the other side?
Right. It seems like the chessboard
Unless it's just like a
land is-
really long wall.
Yeah.
Hello. Aren't you a bunch of fine-looking young plants?
Apparently, the baby's tears haven't learned to talk yet.
How did you manage to fall off the vine, Mr. Tomato?
What do you think? I'm old. I'm rotten. Yeah. Leave me alone.
If you say so.
After all, you're just gonna let me sit here and rot on this dry ground like everybody else, aren't you?
Why, I don't know. I suppose...
Ah, never mind. Just go away. Ah.
Nope, you come in with me.
Hey, what do you think you're doing there? Get your hands off me. Hey!
Alexander picks up Rotten Tomato and puts him away. One never knows when one will need a rotten tomato.
Have you clicked them on different things?
Good day, Snapdragons.
The snapdragons don't seem inclined to communicate with anyone. Though it is a conversation piece, the coffee table doesn't talk. Unlike the rest of the garden, the chair has nothing to say.
What a curious little black spot.
The hole in the wall does not reply.
Greetings, ladies. How charming you look today.
The wallflowers are too shy to talk to Alexander.
What curious clinging vines are on this wall.
We know we're fascinating, but no one ever visits us. We're lonely.
That's too bad.
We just want to be liked. We just want to be hugged. We've been clinging to this wall, but he's gotten boring.
I see. Perhaps you should find a new place.
Don't be stupid. We're clinging vines, not particularly mobile.
No, I don't suppose so. Well, good luck.
Alexander addresses the grapes.
Why are you so sour, if you don't mind my asking?
Well, we'll tell you. How would you like to have the possibility of being made into wine hanging over your head? And then there's our neighbors, the clinging vines. All they do all day is whine about the Ivy League social climbers that never call. It's really just no fun at all.
That's too bad. Well, I hope things start looking up.
Thanks a lot.
Gate open.
Evidently, opening the gate requires a little more effort on Alexander's part.
Excuse me, lettuce.
The lettuce just gives Alexander the cold shoulder.
See, this makes more sense that Alexander would talk to things thinking they would talk back, but they don't. Unlike talking to the ground in the village.
Yeah.
Alexander is standing at the edge of a strange land with rolling checkered hills. Two chessboard knights stand before the marble entrance, guarding a path.
I like how he just takes all of this in his stride.
Velvety hills.
Like, this is just completely normal.
A red chess knight stands at the top of the marble steps.
Yeah, they really yeah, these islands have such radically distinct characters that once you're in one, it does kind of feel natural to that place.
Right, I'm just thinking, like, if this was more like real life, I know I'd be
Yeah.
thinking I was drugged or something if I was
That's
seeing
true.
these kind of things.
A noble white chess knight stands at the top of the marble stairs.
Yeah, like look at the sky.
The sky of chessboard land is a brilliant shade of blue and has heavy cotton candy clouds.
It's like somehow the sky is different here. Explain that one to me.
It's more like a painting.
Yeah.
The sky of chessboard land. The entrance to chessboard land consists of a stepped marble bridge with astonished-looking pillars. The entrance to
I don't think there's anything else really to...
calling out into chessboard land would do little good. The cloudy sky has nothing to spill. Calling out into chessboard.
Excuse me, what land lies beyond?
What land? Chessboard land, you knave.
I see. And is chessboard land part of the land of the Green Isles?
It is the home of the red and white queens, rulers of the Isle of Wonder, fairest of the islands that owe loyalty to the king of the land of the Green Isles. But perhaps not for long.
What do you mean?
What is the purpose of unity with the great king and queen dead? The princess is worth serving, but the feud with the other isles is strong.
Oh, gotta reset the stream, unfortunately. Can you move the mouse to the top of the screen to pause it? Yeah.
To sort of kill my... Oh.
No.
What?
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
the
sorry.
dialogue's gonna be terrible.
I must insist you... And that's the end of it.
Good enough.
And I suppose you'll leave me with only this stupid spoiled egg to send, Your Highness. I want to impress the new king and queen of the realm as much as you do. As queen of this island, I have every right to that lump of coal.
Who isn't queen of this isle? The lump of coal is in my possession. Therefore, I shall do as I please with it. Besides, there's nothing wrong with that spoiled egg.
The egg, though delightfully spoiled, is not nearly so valuable as the lump of coal, and you know it. Your Highness always got to carry the singing stone. It's not fair that you get the coal, too.
That doesn't count. The singing stone was stolen by that horrid beast. I should get to keep the coal just because my stone was stolen.
It wasn't your stone. It belonged to the Isle of Wonder treasury. Your Highness always thinks that everything is hers.
Excuse me, my good man, but could you settle an argument for us?
Which of us should get to carry the coal and which the egg? Remember, white is the color of deserving truth and virtue.
Quiet, Your Highness, and let him make up his own mind.
Where's the
I,
sound
for one,
effect?
shall be more proper, and not even mention the fact that red is the color of love.
I'm sorry, Your Majesties. I'm partial to both red and white, but I'm afraid that I don't know how to solve your problem. One of you will just have to be gracious and allow the other the lump of coal.
What a ridiculously stupid idea.
Quite ludicrous.
He was a lot of help, wasn't he?
Oh, yes. Obviously a man of high intelligence. The lump of coal goes much better with my gown anyway. Black and red are imperial colors.
That's the silliest thing I ever heard. Red does not go with anything, being much too self-conscious. White is the perfect accompaniment to any color.
So I don't remember your version of the game doing that last time. It's not making a sound when the queen's turn?
No? I mean, I wouldn't know.
You don't remember it ever doing that?
No, but am I
It's
likely
supposed-
to remember something like that? I don't know.
Well, it's a memorable sound. It's a kind of a goofy, loud noise. So that's unfortunate. I don't know why it doesn't play there.
Oh.
The Red Queen has dropped her scarf on the steps. Calling out into chessboard. Calling out. Alexander picks up the Red Queen's scarf.
So I think you can offer it back, can't you? But they don't take it.
I found a red scarf. I believe the Red Queen dropped it.
The Red Queen is always dropping her scarves. She thinks it's fashionable. Keep it, and consider yourself honored.
Yeah, it's different depending on which one you offer it to, yeah.
Yeah, I think I did that before.
I think you did, yeah.
I found a red scarf. I believe the Red Queen dropped it.
I don't care for red, and I don't wear scarves.
His face.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that's... So I could take a lettuce and go to the Isle of the Beast, couldn't I?
Yes.
And then collect the lamp and the brick.
Yes.
And then that would be everything that I needed for the catacombs. Whoops, sorry. As long as I went back and got the tinderbox.
No.
Oh, no, I need the hole in the wall, so I need to
Correct.
get the flute
Correct.
to use on the flowers.
Correct.
See, I'm learning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the students play human checkers in the school gym.
Human checkers. So,
Did you
like,
win, Matthew? Were you good at checkers?
Do you actually leapfrog over the other kids when you jump capture, or do you just go around?
I don't think we were allowed to do leapfrogs at school because of people getting hurt.
They always outlaw fun eventually, don't
I
they?
know. So... So if I go back to get the flute now, get the hole in the wall, and then grab a lettuce while I'm here, and then go to the Isle of the Beast. Yeah? Does that work?
Yeah. I mean, did you grab a lettuce? No, you didn't.
No, I thought if I'm coming back for the flowers, I could just get one then. Because you said they melt, don't they, over time?
Oh, you want to do it that way? Okay. Yeah, you can do it that way.
As opposed to what?
So
Like going there now?
yeah, either way works. You can, because you could go. If you had the lettuce, you could go Isle of the Beast, then the Isle of the Crown, then the Isle of Wonder. Whereas if the other way you could do it is the Isle of the Crown, then the Isle of Wonder. I mean, it doesn't matter. You can do it any way you want. Like, I mean, you don't have to overthink
Well,
it.
is there a better way or not? I don't know.
I mean, the
What would
most
Shady do?
efficient like speedrun path is to go to the Isle of the Beast now, but that doesn't matter, does it? Like, you should play.
We're not being
whatever-
efficient, are we?
No, like, you should play
This
what
isn't
feels
about
natural.
efficiency.
No, it's about playing what's natural to you, what makes sense to you. So
I'm gonna do it the
you know that
inefficient
I don't over police what you do. You know, I just kind of guardrail if
Alexander
you're gonna
pulls out his
mess
magic
something
map.
up. That's it. Or I'll point out something interesting you could do.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
I've never been trick or treating. I never got to go.
You should try it.
I think I'm a bit old now.
Well, dress up as a little kid. That's your costume.
I don't think I'd pass. To be the biggest 5-year-old you've ever seen. Right, let's get the flute.
I mean, of course they'll give you the candy. That's the easiest way to get you to go away. That's ultimately what it's about.
Your candy dish is empty.
Oh yeah, you have to click.
I'm sorry,
in
sir,
this
but
version.
I have no more mints. Somebody has eaten them all.
Well, get some more then.
Because he doesn't have a
You
portrait.
ate them all.
Fear that is impossible.
Yeah.
Without the ferry, I can no longer get imports from the other islands, and we do not grow mint extract on the Isle of the Crown.
Oh, I hate not getting what I want.
Don't we all? I used to love the Goosebumps books. Frighten the life out of me, but I love them. Right, let's-
Alexander takes a closer look at the items on the counter.
Might I trade for that flute on the counter?
Certainly. What do you wish to offer me in trade?
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please, choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
I'll take the flute.
The flute? Very good, Prince Alex. May its music always be sweet. Feel free to trade it back at any time.
Thank you.
I remember a lot of kids liked the Goosebumps books, but I wasn't interested in them. I mean, not that I tried it and didn't like it. Like, I saw it, I was like, I don't want to read this. So I just missed out. Just by
Yeah.
choice.
I don't really remember much about them, other than that they used to scare me. Apart from there's one called like The Legend of the Lost Legend. I remember that really scared me
Yeah.
for some reason. I can't even remember what it was about. I just remember the title of the book. Okay, so what did I got the flute.
Ooh,
I
another
used to
one.
read a lot
no,
more.
no, don't leave.
Looking at the serving girl reminds Alexander of the years he spent as a slave under the evil wizard Mananan. He wishes there was some way he could help her. She looks very shy.
Oh, should I be checking if Jollo's back?
Go help my daughter. She needs something to fix her hair.
Yes, stepmother.
I don't know what triggers. Excuse me.
You don't need to yet. We can do that next time.
Okay, because like when I was playing it by myself, every time I came back here, I was going into the bookshop just to see if he was there or not.
Yeah, there are 3 encounters
I'm losing my
including the
voice.
time. There are 3 encounters including the time you meet him, so you already have 1. And there are... So, the second one, there's a window of time both before and after the catacombs that you can see it, I think.
Okay.
I think it's available after for a little while. So, but we can check next time you're here.
What did the book have in it, Matthew? I'm intrigued. Right, let's
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
I think I'm getting a cold.
May I have this dance?
Oh, my!
Alexander stops playing the flute, but the wallflowers and snapdragons continue to dance, caught up in the music and oblivious to everything around them.
What was a good tune?
While the wallflowers dance, Alexander snatches the hole in the wall.
Oh, there it is.
The hole in the wall has 4 legs and a curly tail. He's all limbs with only a hole for a body, but that doesn't make him any less whole. The hole in the wall squirms slightly in Alexander's palm. Alexander picks a head of iceberg lettuce.
Ye gads! Is that cold?
So I guess we can go Isle of Beasts now. I think I've got everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, got the letters to get across.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Oh yeah, this guy's here now. Actually,
The dirt path starts at the sea and winds its way off into a densely wooded forest. Tall, narrow trees abound on each side of the path. Alexander is
there we go.
at the
There it
edge
is.
of the sea on a heavily forested island. As far as the eyes can see, tall trees spread out their branches as though straining to link arms, their tops forming a canopy above. A path leads north through the forest. There's an odd little creature dangling from that tree branch. Nearby, the stump of a fallen tree still spreads its roots to the sea. Alexander. The denseness of the forest makes it inadvisable to stray from the path. Alexander has no taste for salt water. To take the path, Alexander need only walk on it. If the tree stump is hiding anything, it's only local fauna. There's no need to disturb some creature's nest. Alexander can't reach the little creature on the tree branch. It will have to come down on its own.
Play a tune. Can we play him a tune?
Perhaps Alexander ought to find out more about the odd-looking creature before offering it anything.
Hello, friend. Aren't you an odd-looking little fellow?
I'm not odd-looking, you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you could speak.
Speak not. Funny is, speech I am and nothing but.
You speak strangely, friend.
Strange, my speech is not. Eloquence I speak with.
But who are you? And why are you here?
Away I fly my home from. Lost I am, therefore. Has my name too? Can you guess not? It's what I do this branch with, and the way I speak of.
If you're lost, perhaps I can take you home.
Take me home too? Think not I do. Know you I do not.
Are you sure you don't want me to try to find your home?
Trust you I do not. Stay here I will.
Are you sure you don't want me?
Trust you I do.
I guess we can grab him now. We've got the thing.
Alexander holds the sentence out to the creature.
This sentence seems in need of an ending. Perhaps you could finish it?
Where are you going? Where are you going? Know what I do? Where are you going to? Like you I do. Go I with you?
See, it all makes so much more sense now. Like the first time, I was just like, what is going on?
Well, that was certainly interesting. It looks like Alexander now has a passenger.
Yeah, and he's quite cute.
One end of the creature resembles a miniature dragon, while the other looks like a possum. What a strange-looking fellow.
Tickle me not.
The iceberg lettuce is cold, wet, and not good eating. Alexander is traveling on a path through a dense forest. The woods on either side of the path are teeming with wildlife. Blocking his progress north is a pond that boils with a magical intensity.
You can stick your finger in there.
In here.
Uh-huh.
Did I try that before?
I don't know.
Ouch! That water is hot.
Matthew's got a blue ball as we're not revealing the end of the story. Okay, let's look around.
An old abandoned hunter's lamp is hanging on one of the trees. Alexander wonders who might have hunted in these dense woods. The forest is dotted with clumps of wild mushrooms. Tall, narrow trees abound on each side of the path. This heavily forested isle is dotted with rough granite rocks. Alexander is traveling on a path through a dense forest. The woods on either side of the path are teeming with wildlife. Blocking his progress north is a pond that boils with a magical intensity.
I was just thinking, this is there's no like forest area to map out in this game, is there?
Correct.
Like we've seen with so many other sort of, these type of games, especially from Sierra. There's no
Yeah, Quest for Glory has all
forest
those.
or anything. Yeah, just
I guess I got to try that one again eventually. Quest for Glory 4.
it's a shame that that bug just completely ruined the whole game,
Yeah.
because it really is a good game. Um,
Maybe we should just play it like this. With you talking over my shoulder instead.
well, I'm not an expert. I've only played it twice, I think.
More than me.
We could if you want to.
Maybe. Something to
I
think
don't know if anyone
about.
else would be interested in that. Yeah. It's a good game, but it is hard in places.
Mm-hmm.
It's just puzzles at, Sierra logic. Right, let's oh, the iceberg that is melting.
Hoping to cool down the boiling pond, Alexander throws in a head of iceberg lettuce. The pond's water slowly stops boiling, cooled by the ice. It still looks hot, but bearable.
I guess you can press the hand on it again. I don't know.
The pond is no longer boiling, but it's still pretty hot.
Have you tried tossing the tomato in there?
I have not.
What are you, nuts? Don't put me in that soup bowl of a pond, you crazy human!
See, I wouldn't think to do things like that unless I made a point of doing it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like
Yep.
just trying every single thing on every single thing. I just don't tend to do that.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, but I mean, when you're a kid and you're carrying the
yeah. Oh, there's no way I would have
tomato
been
around.
smart enough to solve this as a kid. Can I throw this guy in there?
The little creature would hardly be interested in taking a bath in that pond.
I've never tried the hole in the wall. I mean, we got all three on this bus now.
That's a hole in the wall, not a hole in the pond.
What?
Have you heard that before?
No, I don't think so.
I guess.
Alexander has no reason to toss that in the cooling pond.
I guess that's just the generic response for.
Alexander has
Yeah.
no
Yeah.
reason to toss that in the cooling pond. The path,
Oh, I like
What's
that
the path, like destiny, cannot be altered.
one.
It's deep.
Alexander decides to brave the steaming pond.
Oh, I'd save it over here.
Ouch! Ow! Ooh,
Just here.
ouch!
The pond is no longer boiling, but it's hardly bathwater.
I mean, you can get the lamp first if you want, but yeah.
Because of the
Alexander takes the old hunter's
shield
lamp
guy
from
in
the
the.
tree.
Yeah.
Just in case I accidentally kill myself. Um. Actually, what happens?
The disenchanted pond water is not something that Alexander needs to ever collect in that lamp.
And that is actually an important comment, because somebody might be thinking you need that for the rain spell. Yeah.
I'm glad I tried it then.
As Alexander continues down the path, he gets the strange feeling that he's being watched.
Come on over here and see what I'm doing with these flowers. Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
The path through the woods runs through a gated wall here. 2 stone statues stand guard on the gate's lintels. To the north, the path continues on through a hedge of roses and a dainty gazebo. A man tends to a small garden plot on the other side of the wall. A pleasant-looking middle-aged man is busy tending a small garden just past the wall. The statue to the left of the gate shows a man kneeling down with his spear as though waiting for a target.
So if you pause the game real quick, just there. Want to comment on that line. It says, he mentions the gardener is just past the wall. Just the mere fact that all the descriptions indicate that he's on the other side is itself kind of a giveaway that you can't go over there right now. Right, because if you can, then there's no reason to describe him as being on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
A stone archer sits atop the lintel of the gate like a silent guardian. His stone bow is tightly drawn and fitted with a single stone arrow. A brick lies in the grass. It must have come from the old brick wall. Flowering rose hedges grow on either side of the path winding north. A delicate gazebo made of white painted pine and overgrown with rose vines leads north into what appears from here to be a garden. The path through the woods runs through a gate. A man tends to a tall, narrow trees abound on each side of the path.
Come on through, I say. I can show you a path through the forest.
No, thank you. Stranger danger.
Alexander picks up the brick. A stone archer sits atop the lintel of the gate like a silent guardian. His stone bow is tightly drawn and fitted with a single stone arrow.
You just need to find some other sucker to send through the gate in front of you.
Well, he's only got 1 arrow, so...
Where's Cedric when you need him?
I definitely sacrificed Cedric to get through.
There's no point in hanging out here all day. I can show you the wondrous castle that lies in the middle of the island. Don't be so timid.
Does he stay there or does he just disappear?
He will disappear on his own.
You aren't gonna listen to me, are you? Well, we'll just see about that.
That's odd. The gardener just disappeared.
So you missed something.
Is it too late or do I need to?
I would like to replay this again, please.
Yeah.
To load the game.
As Alexander continues down the path, he gets the strange feeling that he's being watched.
Come on over here and see what I'm doing with these flowers. Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
You can try the lamp on him.
The lamp?
I have this lamp.
Oh, that old thing. Why should I be interested in that?
But that's not it.
No? What
I
is
mean-
it? Does he say something else or?
I have this
No.
lamp.
Oh, that old thing. Why should I be interested in that?
Remember what we've been doing? Remember who he is?
Come on through.
What do you
I
mean?
say. I can show you a path through the forest.
Can only hit so much.
Alexander rubs the lamp, but nothing happens.
No, forget the lamp.
Oh. What, speaking to him?
I'm Alexander of Daventry. Who are you?
What difference does it make? Just come on over here. I'll tell you my life history if you still want to hear it.
Tell me.
If it's conversation you want, just come on
I
over here.
think I did this on my own.
You can sit down and talk face
If this is what you're talking about.
No.
No?
Go ahead and grab the brick. Let's move his position a little bit.
I'm gonna lob the brick at him.
Alexander picks up the brick.
And now, remember what we've been...
Look, there's no point in hanging out here all day. I can show you the wondrous castle that lies in the middle of the island. Don't be so timid.
Remember what we've been doing with this guy?
Oh, what, the mints?
Hmm.
Oh, what, can we give him the peppermint?
I have some peppermint leaves. Would you care for some?
Where'd you find that? I must know.
Oops.
Why, in a rather narrow place.
Never mind. I must have it now.
Whoa!
Oh.
You certainly have a unique way of moving around.
Peppermint!
Well, he need only have asked for some.
Oh, I didn't realize he'd appear on that side of him. I thought he was going to appear on your left.
Oh,
not
I'm
on the right.
standing a little bit too close over the...
You almost died there.
I know. Well,
Well, if you want to see it again, so you can actually see it. But I don't know. I really like when Alexander's.
you can see it again if you like.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not.
It's-
Not any
I kind of
trouble.
want. I kind of want to see it again anyway, just because I like it.
As Alexander
You certainly have a way of getting around.
Peppermint!
Peppermint!
the strange feeling that he's being watched.
Come on over here and see what I'm doing with these flowers. Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
It's hard to find a good spot. Maybe you can stand just because he's kind of behind that little tree. Like maybe just to the right of it. Like, yeah, maybe like
here?
there. Yeah. Try it now. Maybe that's a good spot.
I have some peppermint leaves.
His mouth
Would
is
you care
still
for
where it
some?
was before.
Where'd you find that?
Right
I
there.
must know.
Sliding off his face.
Why, in a rather narrow place.
Never mind. I must have it now.
Oh, down here.
Whoa! You certainly have a unique way of moving around.
Peppermint!
Well, he need only have asked for some.
Yeah, I really didn't pick up on the whole peppermint thing on the first playthrough.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, just playing it in chunks.
Yeah. It's hard to.
It really.
It's
yeah.
very strange.
It's not my play style at all.
It's a very strange pattern of behavior. Yeah.
Alexander picks up the brick.
I guess we can get more peppermint, can't we? I suppose if we've got to head over there.
Yeah, if I mean, you technically don't need it. But we may do the short path again anyway if you want, but I don't know. Right, it's only the alternate way of dealing with the genie, remember?
Right, yeah.
So technically,
But we could pick.
you don't have to get it again, but it's not. Yeah.
Maybe we'll be back on the mountain with the tinderbox, won't we? So
Yeah.
it's not really much trouble. So that's all there is to do here for now. Take this guy back to the Isle of Wonder to get the book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where we'd go next.
Yeah. Right, let's go. How long have you got today?
I was just about to ask you the same question.
Okay.
I guess you want to just prep for the catacombs and call it? I mean, we're almost to that point.
Yeah, would that be a good stopping point?
Sounds like it to me.
Okay. Right, so yeah, let's do this.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
How long have we been streaming for?
3
Alexander
hours.
feels a strange pulling sensation.
3 hours, 42 minutes.
Okay. Because I was thinking about this, and I would be, if you wanted to continue next week, I'm free on Thursday, but the week after that is Thanksgiving, isn't it?
Right.
So you'll be busy. But then I'm not free the week after that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Would there be any possibility of playing on a Saturday?
it's not ideal.
Okay. Because this is kind of feeling like a 3-stream replay to me, but
Yeah. It's either that or we really go for it next week. But I don't. Maybe you're busy. I don't know. With other
That
things to
sounds-
do.
it sounds like a chore, though, to go from the beginning of the catacombs on do everything else we want to do with the game. That sounds forced. I mean, you can see how far we get, but it sounds like
Yeah.
playing because we feel like we have to,
It's
rather
just that.
than
Yeah, it's just like to actually be on stream. Thursdays are really the only my good day to do that.
just like availability in your house, whatever.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, I am around, but it's not. Yeah, ideal. I'm trying to think. We could do. What's the time? 20 to 1. I do feel like I've perked up a bit. You know, I said earlier I was feeling a bit off.
Sorry, what's off?
You know, I said to you before we started streaming that I was feeling a bit rough.
Yeah.
Or had been feeling a bit rough today. I feel okay at the moment, just more tired than anything. I've been awake since like 6 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
So, I even tried having a nap because I knew that we'd be doing this. But I just couldn't get to sleep.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's do this. Oh, oops.
Do you have anything interesting yet? A subordinate clause, maybe?
Let me see what I have. I found this little fellow lost on another island.
Coming home I am too.
There you are, you naughty boy. I told you not to leave the island.
Glad I am seeing you too.
A most solemn celebration.
So, you you found my dangling participle. I suppose I'll have to give you something. Let's see now. Was it a rare book you wanted?
Yes, sir.
Well, then none of these will do. They've been sitting in the sun far too long and must be well cooked by now. This one is far more rare. A delicious little tidbit.
Thanks.
Oh, the book thing. We could do that now. Page, I mean.
Yeah.
Um.
It's got a
Sorry,
natural.
I was just thinking about the catacombs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can take that and get the spell book.
Well, you got to go back to the. Did you get the? You didn't get the scrap of paper.
Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking about what I need to do after that.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I said in my mind, I was thinking about the catacombs, but yeah, I need to save this in case I cock it up.
Wow. Hiya, gorgeous. What a luscious-looking hunk of flesh you are.
Thank you.
There's a note in the background.
Yeah.
Who are you?
I'll be quick.
How charming of you to pretend not to know. I'm Black Widow, of course. The femme fatale of all femme fatales. Know what I mean? You know, I was just thinking it was time I found my 50th, another husband. It would be quite a horror, an honor to have me as a bride. Just look at my beautiful weaving. It's so light, so delicate. You'll never want to leave my little nest.
It is a lovely web, but my heart is elsewhere, I'm afraid.
Oh, drat! The loss is yours. I'm sure you'll change your mind once you consider the advantages.
Hey, don't touch that thread!
Alexander snatches the scrap of parchment, curious to see what's written on it.
Okay, let's look at the book this time.
Alexander opens the rare book and looks inside. The book contains riddles and has a page missing. Alexander glances at a few of the conundrums, but finds himself more curious about the one that is missing. What was the riddle, he wonders? More importantly, what was the answer? Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
So I can swap this for the spell book.
Jalo, how fare you? And what news have you from the castle?
Prince Alex, how I fare is close to boiling. Have you seen the wedding proclamations around the village? I've heard rumors of the wedding, of course, but I didn't want to believe it, and I never thought it would be so soon.
Cosima. Married. Oh, it is an unpleasant thing to swallow, friend. If only I knew Cosima wished it. Tell me about the Wazir, Jalo.
The Wazir? Now there's a dangerous subject. His name is Abdul al-Hazred. He came to the kingdom 15 years ago. The king was fascinated by his knowledge and his fine-sounding ideas. It didn't take long for al-Hazred to convince the king to trust him with the minor problems of daily government. You see, Calafim had a wife and a new daughter he wanted to spend time with. Al-Hazred became wazir.
And now?
Well, he's had his eye on Casima ever since she was a young girl. And she is the only thing between him and the throne.
Do you think he means to harm her?
Oh, I honestly don't know. I think he'd rather keep her as wife. But whatever his plans for the princess, he will use her to his best advantage. That's his way.
Perhaps he has charmed her. Perhaps she cares for him now.
The Wazir is capable of anything. And Casima must be vulnerable and lonely right now. Still, she has always instinctively distrusted him. Casima has a good head on her shoulders. I'd be surprised if she's truly fallen for his words of love. I must return to the castle, Prince Alex, and you to your wanderings. May we both fare well.
So there you go. Just knocked out that second meeting without even going out of your way.
Can't believe I managed to miss him like the first time.
Well, actually, you were seeing him, but you didn't know how to deal with him, and a lot of times you didn't have the items to befriend him. So.
Oh, I can go and get the ring as well, can't I now? Because I've got the pearl.
Correct.
I found this rare book, and I thought of your offer.
Very interesting. Oh, it is a wonderful riddle book. Riddles are much more marketable than spells these days. I guess people believe more in mirth than in magic. Here is the spell book you wanted, and a fair trade it is, I must say. Enjoy it.
I certainly hope so. We shall see how rusty my spellcasting truly is.
2 for points. 72, is that good?
Oh, just, you mean like to stop, or you mean?
No, just like with how long we've been playing and stuff, just general progress.
Yeah, I mean, it's about a third, right? It's done pretty thorough progress pre-Catacombs, yeah.
Oh, is there now?
Oh.
Alexander doesn't remember that sign
Oh,
on
shit.
the wall before.
I just had a thought.
He decides to take a close
Oh no, if I messed up.
Hold on, let's
It's
see what
a
happens.
proclamation. It reads, "Citizens rejoice, announcing the royal wedding and coronation of Wazir Abdul al-Hazred and Princess Casima. For reasons of security, the wedding will not be open to the public. Long live the new king and queen of the land of the Green Isles." Alexander feels his stomach turn at the thought of the dread event. If he doesn't do something soon, Casima will be another man's wife.
That right there, that second message, that one right there, Alexander feels his stomach turn. Okay, so, yeah, at the thought of the dread event, because he has prior knowledge of the dread event. Why? Well, usually that is because you met the Wazir, but you didn't. So why did you still get this? Because you just talked to Jallo. So...
Oh, so if I'd seen this poster first...
Yes. So you should be able to back up and you could save it here. You could save it here and then just whatever your most recent save is, go back to that and then look at the proclamation again. That's actually interesting that I think you could get both of them.
Yeah, I haven't been saving probably as much as I should have been.
Yeah, that's fine. Just go to the village now.
Alexander.
Where are you getting birds?
Hmm?
You hear that? You hear the forest sound effect?
Is that not normal?
No, but I think there is a bug where it lingers if you came in from the Isle of the Beast. But that's interesting that it still lingered even when you went to Bookworm.
Oh, okay.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
See, I just don't know the game well enough to pick up on things like that.
Well, it just sounded odd to me. It just kind of
Oh.
stood out. You hear Calvin? He's just joined us.
Has he?
You hear him squeaking or no?
No, I think this screen's too noisy. Hold on, let me try this. All screens are quite noisy.
All right. Well, he's getting kind of antsy, so
Yeah.
I should probably let him go now.
Oh, no, I couldn't hear him that time. Tell him hello from Auntie Lauren.
Auntie Lauren says hi, Calvin.
And Susie, I'm not leaving her out.
I don't know where she is. Calvin's here now.
Are they quite adventurous with like exploring the house, or do they like to stick to one part?
I think Susie will do it more, but Calvin will. If he's not following her around, he'll get stuck in one area and then not leave it. I don't think he has a very good sense of direction.
Oh. So Marvin's quite good like that because he will stick to the room that his cage is in. So like in the warmer months, he lives in the conservatory. But now it's colder. I've brought him into the house, like what I call the back room. And now all of his toys and stuff have been moved out there, and he just sticks to the back room. He doesn't explore the rest of the house, which is good because he's so small. But yeah, he knows his like little designated area and he sticks to it. Anyway, let's look at this.
Alexander doesn't remember that sign being on the wall before. He decides to take a closer look.
Oh wait, you might still get. Let's see.
It's a proclamation. It reads, "Citizens rejoice."
You can skip this
announcing the
first
royal
one.
wedding and coronation. Alexander feels his stomach turn.
No,
at
I
the
think I
thought
know
of
what it
the
is.
dread event. If he doesn't do something soon, Cosima.
The red and white queens mentioned it. So maybe we could go back even further.
So
Like
what triggers
right
this poster to be here?
I think getting the gnomes. So like. So try 7. Try that one.
I'm going back now.
Yeah.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Forgot the red and white queens mention it.
Alexander doesn't remember that sign being on the wall before. He decides to take a closer look. It's a proclamation. It reads, "Citizens rejoice," announcing the royal wedding and coronation of Wazir Abdul al-Hazred and Princess Cosima. For reasons of security, the wedding will not be open to the public. Long live the new king and queen of the land of the Green Isles. Alexander feels his stomach turn
What?
at the thought of the dread event. If he doesn't do something soon, Cosima will be another man's wife.
What? What have we done then? What could possibly have told us? Oh, maybe even visiting the winged ones. Oh, snap.
Really that early?
Because they may have mentioned
I mean,
it
I'm not
too.
doubting you, but
Alexander has a different reaction. Yeah, if you get past the gnomes. Gosh.
So like here?
Hey. Actually, I think it would be, because that would be, I think it has to be, I think it has to be 3 actually. And then you'd have to do the gnomes again, if you don't mind. You run that fast, but I don't know. You just if you click through everything quickly, you could probably do it in about 2 minutes. I want to show this because I've made this.
Okay, so what do I need to do? The gnomes. I need
You
to
just
go
need
and
to
get
get
the mockingbird, nightingale again, mockingbird.
Yeah, and you have everything else.
Okay.
Alexander feels.
I'd have to listen to that wing. You don't have to do this, but I would have to listen to that winged one's scene again and see if they mention it, because I didn't know that. If that also triggers the knowledge of it.
Yeah, so it's not there.
Good day,
So
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course.
Oh, did I pick the flower up from the...
Something in
Yes.
exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
Yeah, you have the flower.
That mechanical nightingale
It-
looks intriguing. I believe I'll take it.
It's a nightingale, but for some reason I've written mockingbird on my notes.
Enjoy the mechanical nightingale.
Why would I have done that?
Feel free to bring it back anytime.
Thank you.
And you can feel free to skip the messages because we've already done
Yes,
all this.
sorry, I was just looking at my notes.
Yeah.
So I've got everything, yeah.
Yeah, you got it all.
Okay.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
So we're doing the gnomes
Yeah, you can
and
forget
not
all
talking to the queens.
Correct. Just
Okay.
get past the gnomes and go back to the Isle of Crown.
Alexander.
Yeah, feel free to skip all this.
Alexander holds the flower of Sten.
Listen.
This is the one part that you have to wait through.
Alexander winds the tin nightingale and plays it for the...
No.
Alexander holds the mint out.
Grumpflump.
Alexander holds the rabbit. Alexander.
By all that's beauteous, fair, and...
Alexander did it.
Okay, so now we'll go back to Isle of the Crown.
Yeah.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
I'm also starting to wonder. I talked about the. No, keep playing. The difference between Calvin and Susie, like how much they're eating and how he's getting bigger than her and stuff. It's not just that he doesn't know when to stop. I think also Susie first. I noticed some smaller chewed up bits of, when I gave him the dry food. So I've been giving her the wet food, and she's just been eating less. I think it's symptoms of like a toothache or something. So I'm gonna have that checked out.
Have they been to the vets yet? Like, I've never had cats, so I don't know what their
apparently they had
routine
a few,
is for shots and all that kind of thing.
Apparently they had a few before I got them. I haven't taken them in for anything yet. I haven't had to.
So you think it could be toothache?
Possibly. I want to ask at least.
Yeah.
Alexander doesn't remember that. It's a proclamation. It reads, "Citizens rejoice, announcing the royal wedding and coronation of Wazir Abdul al-Hazred and Princess Kasima.
It's the same, isn't it?
Security, the wedding will not be open
yeah,
to
it's
the
the
public.
same message or the
Long
same
live
note.
the new king and queen of the land of the Green Isles." Alexander feels his stomach turn at the thought of
Okay,
the
I
dread
don't
event.
know. I give up then.
If he doesn't do something soon, Kasima will be another man's wife.
I don't understand.
So what were we hoping you were hoping it would say?
I don't remember exactly the words, but I mean I can find the file. But yeah, you can load your other game and just start playing it. I can find it, and play it. At some point.
Okay, so
Good day, Prince Alexander.
I suppose I might as well swap the pearl for the ring now, then.
Calvin is on the
found this
microphone.
large pearl.
Are you guys
Might it
hearing
be
that?
valuable enough to ransom back
Hold
my
on.
family ring?
I have never seen such a perfect pearl. Certainly you can have your ring back.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't sell it. I'm a bit attached to it, I'm afraid.
Of course you are. You would be cold-hearted if you felt any differently. I am happy to see a family heirloom back with its rightful owner.
So Calvin double tapped one of the buttons on the soundboard. Now you wouldn't hear that.
Involved.
Yeah, a very small part of the Willy Wonka clip started to play, but then he double tapped it and stopped.
What does this soundboard look like? I don't know if I've
It's
ever
a
seen one.
Stream Deck. Elgato's Stream Deck, the large one. I don't know, you can just look it up.
Okay.
I might I guess I could just post a picture of it. You could see the glorious, beautiful 8 button. The button that says 8.
I think my my sub hits 80 months soon.
Oh, wow.
So you have to press it for that.
I will.
I think it's like next week. So how many years is that?
Coming up on 7.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please, choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter.
I believe I'll take the tinderbox.
Very good, Prince Alex. Enjoy your tinderbox and bring it back anytime.
Thank you.
So we've got...
Here it is. I can play the line. I don't understand why it didn't play, because if you don't meet the Wazir and just find the proclamation, it should play. But yeah, it should play this. Oh wait, okay, you can't hear it. Hold on. Let me turn it so now you should be able to hear. Hold on, do you hear this?
Using that on the sign will accomplish nothing.
Okay. This is what it would say.
Alexander feels his stomach lurch and his brow sweat. Wedding? Coronation? If he didn't do something soon, Cosima would become another man's wife.
And it's just one of those lines where if you're someone that plays a lot and you get that, you're like, wait, why did he say something different? Because it is kind of a rare line to hear, but it will come up, and I would have sworn that it should have come up in your run. So now it's an even bigger mystery now as to why.
You have to investigate.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would have done, but
yeah.
I don't know. You obviously know a lot better than what I do. So I guess we're ready for the catacombs now.
Let's see. So you have.
I think that's the.
Yeah, don't send the ring off. Actually, keep the ring. Yeah, we are ready for the catacombs, and that would be the next thing. So that. Yeah, this we can call it a night here. I'll just go to the beach or the. Oh, go to the. Yeah, let's go to the Sacred Mountain. Let's go to the Isle of the Sacred Mountain. Just link over there and then. And Calvin's chewing my fingers again for some reason.
Alexander
I don't
pulls
know
out
why
his
he does
magic
this.
map.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Oh, my sister sent me a funny picture of Marvin the other day. I should post it in the server.
Oh yeah,
he's like mid-run, and he's got like one foot is completely disappeared inside his feathers.
Huh.
It's just goofy looking. I'll do that in a minute.
But yeah, looks like we're good to go to the catacombs, and that'll be a good
Just
start
save it
to
down
stream
here.
number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, save it right here. This is perfect.
Okay.
Catacombs time? I don't know. I need to feed these cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a ton in the game, Matthew. Yeah, it's crazy how much I don't know as much as I've studied it. All right.
Okay, is that it for tonight then?
Yeah, that'll be it for tonight.
Yeah. Suits me. My bed's calling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Makes sense to me. You've been up for 19 hours or whatever.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I haven't done much today, but I just, yeah, I feel knackered now. I'm ready for bed.
Okay.
All right then.
Well,
We'll call it
I'll
here,
see
and
you
we'll
next
be back
time. And
next week.
yeah, and then I
Hopefully,
don't know.
unless something comes up.
Yeah, and then hopefully we'll find a window for a third stream before too long.
It's very inconsiderate of you to have Thanksgiving.
No. I mean, I could try to explain it to them, like why I didn't show up for
No.
the family tradition. I don't think they'd understand.
I wouldn't expect them to.
No.
Okay, I guess. Good night, everybody. Thanks for
Yep.
coming to watch.
Yep.
And we'll see you next week for more King's Quest.
Yep. I'll see everyone then. I'll also see you guys probably on Saturday too. But yeah.
Alright, see you then.
Yep. Good night.
All right then. Bye.